Here's mic number one, testing, mic number one. Mic two, test, mic two. Mic number three. Here's mic four, test. Mic number five. Mic six. Here's mic seven, testing. Mic number eight. Nine. Mic number 10.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Remote participant test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test test.
Okay, folks, I will call our meeting to order. Thank you all for being here. For starters, we have 3 council members who are joining us remotely, so I will call the roll for them. Jim? Oops.
Jim Sheridan, District 3.
Bellen
Lincoln, District 2.
and Sal.
Sal Alfano, District 2.
All right, great, thank you. Few points about meeting logistics. Anyone who's joining remotely, we would ask you to change your display to your first and last name so we know who we're talking to. Anyone who is going to address the council, we ask you to start by stating your name and where you live. Ask you to keep your comments or questions to under 3 minutes. If you're speaking about a specific agenda item, please keep your comments germane to that topic. And if you wish to speak, you must be called on by the mayor. Once you're called on, you may make a statement or ask questions, but if you have multiple questions, please get them all out at one time. And if you speak out of turn, discuss non-germane topics, go on too long, you may be interrupted and asked to adjust your comments or behavior. The agenda has been posted. We do not have the materials for item 6, Main Street tax stabilization, in the packet, so we're going to be putting that to a future meeting. And I think that's the only thing that we're changing. And with that, if there's no objection, we can proceed on the basis that that's approved by council. Next, we have general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda. Again, you must be recognized by me in order to proceed, and we ask you to keep your comments limited to 5 minutes. Yes, hi, Alyssa. Yes, please step up because I know it's a little cramped, but we want to make sure that everybody gets out into Zoom land.
Share that a couple of people are saying they couldn't hear. So
Okay, thank you.
a little bit loud. Alyssa Shurin, 18 Isabel Circle in Montpelier. I'm actually here today as the Housing Committee Chair. I just wanted to give you a very brief update on the work that committee's been doing and put some things on your radar. So as you know, there are 9 members of the committee. We've had 3 meetings over the last 3 months and have established at our last meeting 7 top priority categories that we're starting to dig into. There have been subcommittees formed for each of the categories, and folks have gone off, committee members have gone off to do some research and bring you all back proposals. We plan to bring you options at future meetings, likely I would say the February meeting and likely March and April. We're going to stagger the proposals because we want to move these initiatives forward and we want to be efficient with your time and ours. So after we get the research done, if we think something is baked in terms of options for you, we'll come and present 2 or 3 options. We'll look for your directional feedback. Then we'll go back and we'll get a concrete recommendation after that for you to consider. So I just wanted to share that with you process-wise. So we'll get on the agenda formally when we're ready to bring something before you, but the committee is going well, it is productive, people are engaged, and they're moving forward. So I just wanted to put that on your radar tonight and happy to answer any questions if that's even appropriate.
Great. Thanks, Alyssa. I really appreciate that. And we look forward to seeing you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else in the room? Steve?
Cheers. Cheers.
For those 5 minutes, I'll be confident it's not.
It is written directly from the project file sources only.
My 5-minute public comment. First, I want to speak to Richard
And
Gouvet.
please,
Richard Gouvet died after having been turned away from a shelter, probably for alcohol use. And again, there's no excuse for us not having had solutions for people, even if they need to imbibe alcohol to numb their pain of the way we treat folks who are unhoused. We claim our fair and impartial policing strategy, but what it amounts to when y'all claim to not know about it is Kelly sends the goons to go and say, yell at them and say they have to leave town and you can't be on this piece of public land and you can't be on this piece of public land and it's a public safety hazard. Y'all never heard of or discussed any public safety hazard with regard to the people who were camped over behind the electric car chargers. Why would that not be a legitimate topic for council to discuss before you invoke police action? You know, or is it intentional that you allow your manager to be the bully so that you all can keep your reputations clean? You know, it won't work. People see through it. So I'm going to explain briefly why, without my coach notes, why the new, it's follow on to the action that I served back on November 21st or something. And that service was defective. The judge ruled that handing it to the clerk here and to the mayor was, I had to have the sheriff do it. So the sheriff did it Thanksgiving weekend. And so the active case, so I'm amending that because the temporary restraining order was denied because I had not pled the environmental claims. I was still learning enough of what's going on. But I would think if y'all feel you're qualified to be on the council, you're obligated to look at our purchasing policy. And you wouldn't have voted that sole source contract with a blatant conflict of interest embedded at the October 8th meeting, because Kelly sat there and said, oh, it's going to be really, consequences if you don't do it tonight. You know, that was bullshit. And we need to, it's protected speech. Nobody ever went back and looked, even before you took up the open meeting violation. No one went to look at the purchasing policy to see that I was right. So again, the purchasing policy strictly prohibits that kind of thing, right? You could have come out of the executive session and argued that here's the basis for the sole source, here's the recognized conflict of interest, etc. But you didn't do any of that. You just did the whole thing in secret and then violated the law by adopting it. And the litigation seeks to have the judge put a TRO on it and say, you cannot proceed with the RFP. You violated open meeting law. You violated public records law. You violated our own procurement policy. You sole sourced a contract when there were others. And you, ironically, by doing so, you created a conflict with White and Burke that precludes our eligibility for some of the very federal funding sources that were used to justify going after getting White and Burke on board. Because the federal code of federal regulations prohibits that type of conflict of interest. So I don't know who's advising you. It's absurd that a city of this size has a manager that can only call the lawyer when they feel they need to, and otherwise could try to get away with whatever they can get away with. But we can't afford to run that way. This is going to cost us big time. So I have no faith in Ben doing anything ethical about this with his shadow government pursuits and, public speech suppression pursuits. But the other three of you, I still have a little hope for, and Jim and whoever's remote. But maybe I came in under my 5 minutes, but you got the nutshell of it.
Thank you. See, but you're correct. It is protected speech. using disrespectful language is one of the things that, in my view, has really poisoned the dialogue in recent years. And so I would ask you to consider that. Anyone else in the room would like to be heard? Yes. Go ahead, you first. Okay, thanks, Sarah.
Good evening. My name is Theo Exploration. I live at 201 Apartment B, State Street, here in Montpelier. Just recently returned out of the country from Japan, where I've been gone for 8 years, and have missed the opportunity of social work. I attempted to do things, although my Japanese just wasn't good enough to be as effective as I might be able to be here.
Folks, can you hear? Okay.
Let's see. Is this a little better? I am a quiet person, and I'm not here to judge any of you, what work you've done. I hope that maybe we can work together. Monday, I had the opportunity to feed Richard with some friends. I've seen Richard be kind to people and to give food, someone who didn't have much, but to give food to other people and to take care of other people. He was a good person, had disease, alcoholism, he needed help. And he's a good one. I understand there's a lot of regulations you're all trying to jump through. Doing the same, do this, don't do that. We can support you if you do this, we can't support you if you don't do that. It makes it really difficult to be helpful. I'm not working with FEMA right now. And until Montpelier can find out how to unlock some doors, I have some doors that I'm going to unlock, and I will house as many as I can. Provide a place to be clean and warm, and it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be pretty. You wouldn't pay $160 a night to be there. But I'll do what I can. And I just ask that you don't shut me down. That we have a lot of open spaces here. We need a way of welcoming people. It gives them the opportunity to grow. Sometimes it's a meal. Sometimes it's someone who will listen. And then that person goes off and does something quite wonderful for all of us, if given the time. I'm not going to judge you on your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. Whether it feels like we're on the same team or not, I believe that we are. And I hope that we can start unlocking some doors for people to get them inside so they don't have to die like Richard did. He didn't have to die. It was a policy being followed out by somebody. And you know who I feel really bad for today? It's the person who made that decision. Because they are not, there's going to be a moment where their self-judgment is going to be really hard on them. It's going to affect them and their family, and that ripple is going to be big. So I hope that somebody reaches out to that person to make sure they get the counseling that they need. And hopefully we can find a way to not do that again. Until then, I'm going to start opening some doors of my own, and I hope that you won't shut me down. God bless you, and I hope that we do good work together. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? Sarah?
Hi, Sarah LaCroix, the outgoing finance director. I have prepared a statement that I would like to read to all of you tonight. Thank you, councilors. Tonight, before you begin your budget deliberations, I want to speak about the people who continue to hold the city together. The leadership team and the staff who show up every day without complaint and carry burdens that the public rarely sees. When I arrived in January of 2023, this organization had already been through unprecedented adversity. The pandemic forced deep budget cuts, slashed capital funding, required furloughs, and left our public safety and public works employees working in the field while the rest of us were sheltered safely at home waiting for guidance. They did not get that safety. They kept the city running under conditions no municipal employee should ever have to face. Coming out of the pandemic, the city was hit immediately with severe staffing shortages in the most critical departments. We struggled to hire police officers, dispatchers, public works personnel, anyone. We had to amend union agreements to recruit and retain enough staff just to keep essential services functioning. Then, immediately upon my arrival, Before I had even earned the trust of this team, I had to implement a spending freeze to prevent an emerging deficit. It was a hard ask of people I barely knew, but the team stepped up. They always step up. And then came July 2023. I don't need to remind anyone in this room what the flood did to this community. What I will remind you of is what staff did. Parks employees ran the volunteer hub and mucked out basements downtown. Every one of us abandoned our job descriptions and did whatever was needed. We sifted through debris, provided guidance, supported businesses and residents, and worked through trauma most of us still haven't processed. Former Fire Chief Bob Gowans worked 48 hours straight. Staff waded through mud day after day. None of us asked for recognition, and none of us wanted praise. We simply did the work because the community needed us. And still, what we often heard was, where was the city? The city was there, head down, covered in mud, doing the work. Then we flooded again the following year. While less severe, there was not a single member of the leadership team that slept that night, knowing what could have been the city's future. Since July 10, 2023, Zach Blodgett and I have lived and breathed the FEMA process. It is arduous, constantly shifting, and at times dehumanizing. We have been assigned 8 different FEMA representatives, 8, none of whom were handed down any information from their predecessors. We have had to retell the story of the flood and relive its trauma every single week for more than 2 years. Together, we have managed over 40 complex recovery projects and fought relentlessly for mitigation funding to make this community more resilient. We have done this because we believe in Montpelier. Following the flood, we developed another deficit mitigation plan and continued the spending freeze. The leadership team found creative ways to maintain services with fewer people, fewer resources, and higher expectations. Kurt and Zach paved streets themselves to keep the July 3rd event safe and accessible. The police chief, deputy chief, and I shoveled out fire hydrants when public works was beyond capacity. The community services team always shows up no matter the job. All departments do. This is what service looks like in Montpelier. And then comes the budget. Each year I have brought you a budget that is honest, transparent, and realistic about what it takes to deliver the level of service that Montpelier demands. Taxes are high, but so are the expectations placed on staff. And every year, department heads have been asked to make cuts to meet arbitrary percentage targets while still delivering everything the community expects, often with limited direction from council. Then 1 year ago today, or not today, but this month, the council began the process of terminating Bill Fraser. That was a decision you had the authority to make, but Bill was our city manager for 30 years. Not once during that process were members of the leadership team asked what we thought, what we experienced, or what could have been done differently. No one asked me what the financial implications would be before that decision was finalized. What we would have said if you had asked, and if Bill hadn't insisted on protecting staff from being pulled into the line of fire, is that Bill was a dedicated and effective leader. He empowered us to run our departments, drive change, and improve the city. He supported us wholeheartedly and course corrected when needed. He believed in Montpelier. 30 years of service is an achievement few will ever match. He deserved recognition and gratitude, not the way his career ended. And even after that, the leadership team stayed strong. We rallied around Kelly, who stepped forward with grace, resilience, and unwavering commitment. She worked 50-hour weeks as a baseline and accomplished more in 6 months than many do in years. She stabilized the organization, coordinated flood recovery, rebuilt relationships, and moved the city forward. Yet, despite her dedication, she often faced a level of scrutiny and skepticism that did not reflect the quality of her work or the depth of her commitment. She will do great things at the Agency of Education, but she could have done them here in the city that she loves. After everything we've been through, I have spent the past few weeks doing deep soul searching. I believe in Montpelier with my whole heart. I love this community, and I have given this job everything I have, often sacrificing sleep, health, and time with my family. I never wanted to thank you. What I wanted was the ability to work hard for a greater purpose without constant criticism or being treated as though staff are simply collecting paychecks. That is not what public service is to this team. The city had the right leadership team to guide Montpelier into a stronger, more stable future, strengthen housing and economic development, rebuild infrastructure, and heal this community, a team cultivated over decades. I suspect many of my colleagues are doing their own soul searching now, and I encourage everyone in this room and in this community to do the same. This is the hardest thing that I've ever had to sit up here and say, and everything I have done here has been hard. I hope that the quiet majority in this community finds the courage to speak up because I know how painful that can be. I hope that I have made a meaningful impact on this city, but it is time for me to go home to Sullivan Powers and Company, where I began my career and became the CPA that allowed me to serve Montpelier during its most difficult years. And I am grateful and excited to return. My last day will be December 19th. I will continue in a limited capacity to ensure payroll, bills, and the FY27 budget are completed. But once the budget is adopted on January 21st, I will no longer be available. I need rest. I need to put my family first. And I need the space to begin the next chapter of my career healthy and strong. It has been an honor to serve this community. And thank you, Jack, for allowing me to speak so that I can gain closure on my time.
Sarah, thanks so much. I can't begin to say how much I appreciate what you and Kelly and all the city leadership team and city employees have done for the city. Thank you. Who's up? Sandy.
To open by saying the last two speakers made me very proud to be a Montpelier citizen. And Kelly and Sarah, thank you so much for your time. Am I allowed to speak super briefly about one of your agenda items about the public input process? Can I do that now so I can go home?
Well, this is what, that's kind of the conversation we're gonna have.
Right.
But this is what we're structured for tonight, but this isn't gonna be the last chance, most likely.
Speak for like 2 minutes and then.
And then, yeah, I'll allow that.
Thank you so much. I was really glad to see Ben's memo that was part of the packet tonight. And I've talked with a few people about it today. And I do not want to steal their thunder because they may be speaking later. But what's most important to me about being in Montpelier and Vermont in general is our democracy. And I think we do need to make it work so that our volunteers are not exhausted. It also needs to keep being reflective of people input and participation to the degree that it's not extremely uncomfortable. And so I just wanted to make 2 suggestions. One is I really like the idea of being able to speak on an agenda item at 6:30. And I think that could clear the slate with a lot of people. They might go home. And one really good idea that a friend of mine made today is that if you could allow 5 minutes at 6:30 for either just an agenda business or agenda business. And then if someone needs to speak during the discussion later, like, because quite often new information comes up during your presentations and your discussion that we might want to be able to respond to. Maybe 2 minutes could be allowed at that part of the evening. So there would be fewer people and less time allowed. Thank you so much for letting me do this right now.
Thanks, Sandy.
Okay, thanks.
And anybody else in the room? I've got some people stacked up online. All right, Vicky Lane.
Okay. Well, it's hard to follow those things. Anyway, I am so, it doesn't frequently, I have criticized and I will continue to critique and speak my mind on things that happen in the city. But I would like to commend whoever, I assume that it was a city snowplow because it was huge. And I guess they have green lights now on top of them, or at least this one did. Had to have been a city snowplow. I was out, well, now about, an hour, 45 minutes ago, just finishing up the bottom of my driveway. And he came by and I was finishing, and it was so heartening that he did not plow me back in and took pity on this very, very young person in a very arthritic old woman's body, and did not plow me back in. And I really appreciate that he didn't do it. I have to assume, I mean, I don't know of any other plow thing that would have that kind of a big plow like he did. And came down from, I think he was on Wilson Street and came down Berlin Street. And so I really appreciated that. So I would like to commend them with that because it kind of helped. I'm scheduled for knee surgery late in January, and my anxiety about dealing with having knee surgery and snowstorms is a little kind of really was heightened today for some strange reason. And I'd also like to commend the police department because yesterday I got a phone call pertaining to an open door, and they were very kind to help me with that. It was very nice. So I'm not criticizing, but whoever it is that was driving that big plow truck, I really appreciate them. It's like Adam 12 who has helped out, who has been kind as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Great to hear that kind of appreciation.
Well,
Dave,
sometimes I stand out there and curse them. When the snow pile, and I don't know what I'm going to do come January, but I'll do my best.
thanks. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Dave Bellini. Hello, everybody. I'd like to speak about one issue in particular. A few meetings ago, you had a consultant sit at one of the tables. I think it was a cruiser, and they did a staffing report.
Mm-hmm.
And following the staffing report, I thought there was great discussion by the council about overtime. So I would like to suggest some action to take care of at least a little bit of the overtime, at least a little bit of relief. I think the fire department was underlined by the report. So I hope there's going to be something that you try to do. So I'd like to suggest this. If you were to hire another firefighter and that position would offset X number of hours, hopefully 40 hours of overtime, you would get that position at a discount. And you would get it at a discount because of the overtime. And because I worked in corrections for 40 years, I know all about 16-hour shifts. You would probably save some money by staff not calling in sick or using unexpected vacation just so they could get some rest. So I'd like you to think about that. I think it's important. Also, we're in a sort of a unique position where, and I'm sure you guys talk about this stuff. I mean, you're smarter than I am. You've got some vacant positions, and maybe you could combine some of those so that would further save money so that you could at least hire one more firefighter to relieve some of the stress. And if it's not the fire department that's, facing the most overtime and exhaustion, then, by all means, go to that other department, whatever it may be. I just thought the report highlighted that. I mean, we talk, when I worked in corrections, that sometimes you would save money by hiring more staff because you would cut down on turnover and overtime and sick leave. So you might save money. I don't work for the fire department, so I don't have firsthand knowledge, but I thought the report was pretty stark. And you spent $7,000 or $8,000, so I hope it's not just to put it on a shelf. So, all right, I said my piece on that. Number two, I'd like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas or whatever season you celebrate. I'm pretty optimistic about the city. I sense sometimes that there's a pall over Montpelier, and I'm not sure why, because I'm not privy to all the other stuff that goes on that I happily don't know about. But I think the council's bright, and I think you guys can do some good work and go in the right direction. I'm kind of impatient. I want to see houses built at Country Club Road. So anyway, Merry Christmas to you all. And one more thing. Why is Montpelier a great city? I'll tell you why it's a great city. If I may, Mr. Mayor, if you'll indulge me. About 15 years ago, I stopped cutting my grass on my less than quarter of an acre. And the reason is because it took so long, because everybody would stop by and we would have a pleasant discussion. I've lived in other places and I've lived in other states. And this is a unique, Montpelier is unique in that way. My neighbors are fantastic, and I bet yours are too. So what makes Montpelier special? It's the people that live here. So that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Dave. Jim.
I would just like to bring up a sad passing of a longtime Montpelier City firefighter who is a neighbor right across the street from me, a good friend in the 8 years since I moved back into the neighborhood, and a terrific human being. And I'm talking about Glenn Merrill. So he passed away Monday night. His wife called me yesterday to let me know. And he was just a wonderful person. He's had a very tough year in and out of the hospital all the time, but I'm sure every member of the fire department who knew him will tell you what a wonderful person it is. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Jim. Chief Libby is here. I'm sure he appreciates that. Ken.
Good evening, everybody. Ken Russell, director of Another Way in Montpelier. I just want to talk about how we treat each other. It's easy to be a critic. And I identify with Sarah LaCroix's comments about the hard work of people working in the city. Folks might disagree with each other. We might find systems are broken and badly in need of more energy and accountability, but we can treat each other well in the process and acknowledge the hard work everybody's doing. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Ken. Zach.
Good evening, Zach Hughes, Montpelier. I wanted to talk about a couple things. First, I wanted to thank Sarah for her service to the city as well as Kelly, and wish them well. Very very passionate statement there, Sarah. I appreciate that, and certainly we'll be doing some soul searching here as well. I also wanted to say, as far as getting things done, I was quite frustrated when I flew back into Boston and I found out that we had a weakness in our system in Montpelier on Thursday. I'm sorry. Thursday morning. There was going to be a cold night on Thursday, and we're still trying to work out getting the church situation up. And all I heard was we're going to have a meeting about that with council on Friday. And I was afraid someone's going to die out there. And someone did die, but in Barry, Richard Govia, and he was such a cool guy. What I thought would happen when I got a call about Richard was that there was going to be finger pointing, because this caller tends to demand things get done. And that's not what happened. We all started to come together to try to make changes that we could control at the local level to try to prevent this from happening again. And I hope that we can continue to do so in that spirit, and we can use this situation and strive to make the system better for everyone, because we have a little system that we can use. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Deborah.
Good evening. Deborah Messing, Montpelier. I just want to make a short comment supporting the idea that Sandy was talking about. And it's come to my attention that the council is going to discuss limiting public input to the first part of the council meeting and not allowing it later on. And it seems to me that, especially in this time when people are expressing concern about transparency and not feeling included in conversations, that this would be a time to encourage more public input. Also, this coming meeting would be an example of what I think is the problem with limiting comments to the beginning of the meeting, because I can imagine that when this agenda item is being discussed, I'm going to learn things about the issue that might change my opinion and would perhaps want to comment on that. So I hope that you take this into consideration when you're discussing that. Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. I don't see anyone else online with their hands up. Is there anyone in the room who has reconsidered not speaking? All right, we can move along to the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next up, we have discussion of homelessness and the emergency shelter. And is that starting with you, Kelly?
Sure.
Okay, we'll start with Kelly. I'm certainly anticipating public comment, but want to remind people that we had a lot of public comment on Friday at our special meeting. I don't want to cut anyone off, but I think it's useful to focus pretty much on, as much as anything else, on the logistics. I don't think there's anyone on this side of the table who questions the need. But how to make it work. But Kelly?
Sure. Thank you for the request. And so there's a request in the packet for an emergency shelter and that a city building be authorized for use. And so I think, we at the staff level have taken that very seriously and have looked at the suggested locations and have some alternatives to propose. But before I get into that, I just do want to note and caution that, we do have concerns about the emergency shelter in city buildings. We did check with the insurance, and so we are able to provide that service within our buildings, within our existing coverage. So I just want to note that. We did also check with a sister community to see what they do. And they do not have shelters within their city buildings. They actually did have a shelter over at the BOR, and they have subsequently not offered that again because they did have some adverse experiences. And so I'm just bringing that all up so that then we enter into this conversation with eyes wide open. It's not to say that we're not going to consider all options. It's just to be really cautious about, what we are considering and what, the thoughts are. And so with that, I'd like to kind of get into the locations themselves and also just to clarify a piece about the senior center and the Red Cross designation. So when that agreement was put in place, that's specific to a state of emergency and also to serve sort of the larger shelter network. We didn't have a Red Cross shelter here in Montpelier after the flood. And so we worked to get that designation in place, and that's a specific designation for that purpose. And it would be Red Cross that would staff that shelter. And so we have that availability, but not necessarily for a circumstance such as this. And so it's just a little nuanced. And so I just want to highlight that too, just for clarification. So we do have that Red Cross designation. I wouldn't really classify this emergency overflow as sort of qualifying. However, that being said, this is an opportunity for council to decide what you would like to do. So getting into sort of the locations. So it's been suggested that we could potentially have a shelter at the rec center, here in the senior center, or over at City Hall. And so the staff did weigh those options, knowing that there is real interest to have an emergency shelter within a city building. And so we definitely heard that. We heard the testimony from last Friday's meeting. And so that did give us a little bit of time to really consider the options. So starting with the rec building first, that is not sprinkled or ADA accessible. And so given the conditions with some of the church buildings, it's sort of a similar kind of situation. And so I would not recommend that building for shelter use at this time. The second one that was offered was the corridor of City Hall. The plus with that building is that, the hallway itself could potentially be used. There is surveillance there. I will say though, with the pickup drop off from last season with Good Samaritan Haven, we did experience some really rough circumstances with behavior. And so I'm really concerned about staff in that location. That being said, we do have space downstairs. There's an exterior door that leads to the teen center, and that could be retrofitted to potentially serve this purpose in the short term. And so I want to note that, because that's a potential option that we have had the fire chief and our facilities director take a look at to see if that's viable. And we think that it is. There are restrooms that could be connected there for this use. I will say that there is unease with staff in the building, just because of past experiences. And so we would really need to work to make sure that there were really good conditions and to make sure that, we could keep them safe. That would be a really important piece. The other thing with that location, or with any location for that matter, would just be the cleanup. We would need to ensure that, the restrooms are cleaned on a daily basis, and that would not fall to staff to do. So we would need to talk conditions in that way. The other location that we had talked about briefly, and is available really anytime, is the police station. If somebody's in need of, getting warm, that's always a place people can go. It's open 24 hours a day. And I know that's maybe not desirable for some, but just also mentioning it, just because, if you are in need and, you need to get warm and it's kind of a life or death situation, maybe perhaps that might be an option, just putting it out there. And then the last location that I'll mention, which was part of the suggested locations, was here at the senior center, which we've already kind of gone through the Red Cross designation. And I also you do have a statement from the senior center director in your packets. And this location is tricky just because of the way the building is set up and also all the programming that happens here. And one of the things that was really needed was to be able to store supplies. And this building is really limited on storage. We are very fortunate to be able to utilize it for meetings and things of that nature. But I think we would struggle to accommodate a shelter in this location and also all the other things that go into this space. There are also residents here. And so I just, it's maybe in terms of the level on the priority list, this probably would not be the location that, I would put high on the list just from a staff perspective. And the other location that we also have is the transit center, which I did reach out to them to see if there would be interest. And I haven't sort of really sussed that one out, just between now and Friday being sort of part of the budget season. We've been really, really busy. So the transit center. So just options. So I just wanted to kind of, put those out there for discussion purposes, and just, we're at the step of, we want to have the conversation and we'd like to figure out how you'd like us to proceed. And we'll take it from there.
Thanks, Kelly. Corinna, or Corinna, go ahead if you have questions. Okay, why don't you come up to the table? Because we want to be able to pick up whatever you're saying.
My name is Corinna Sawyer, and I just moved back to Montpelier about a year ago. I'm very fortunate that Nat Frothingham and his daughter Hannah are renting me and also have extended hospitality there. And agreed for my husband Joseph also to be there, although he's not living there right now. In Nat's house, so there's an apartment that they made on the first floor, so that's very fortunate. That's small housing for now. I feel really fortunate to be back in Montpelier. Okay, enough about me. So I have a question about and I think I know the answer to this. So our old teen center in the basement, that's an interesting location. I think maybe there's some kitchen facility there too. I'm not sure what's still there for kitchen facility. There's some kind of thing I remember because I remember visiting some recent year when they had an open house. But I helped Rebecca Power build the original basement teen center there. My other question is it true now that our old teen center is not there now? The teen center is now in the basement of the library, right? So that's a space that is not currently in use for anything other than.
Well, if I might, so the basement of City Hall is it's still flood damaged. And so if we were to use that space, we would end up repairing it to use it for this location. So the kitchen is not there at this time.
How damaged is it? What's it like there now?
So it's all dried out. It's missing drywall. It's that kind of thing. So we'd be putting up drywall. We'd be retrofitting it for the shelter.
So that won't be ready tomorrow or tonight.
No, it wouldn't be. And so we probably likely would need an alternative location until it is ready. If council would like us to proceed with that, though, we did touch base with a contractor and could get that up and running pretty quickly. But it would require some work.
And do we have a cost estimate?
Yes, we do. So it would be approximately $10,000 to get that squared away.
So that might be one good location. I think empty available real estate is also a good idea. I think people could find a way to make money available funds, like people could move into empty houses and then figure out the financing subsequently would be a way to get people out of the cold and have them not freezing or being awfully cold and dirty and not having showers. But also the transit center does have some space. And also the churches. I'm not sure the numbers of people we're talking about, but I think at this point, we kind of have an ethical obligation just to not keep the doors locked and have signs up. I know it can lead to people loving moving into buildings because they're great. I mean, I personally love being at community table and places like that. But I think we need to get our people inside. I can't take anybody into the Frothingham's house though. Anyway, so I think somebody should talk about the numbers, and I think maybe we need multiple locations.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris Longbrook, Sustainability Facilities Coordinator for the city. I'd just like to issue a little correction to what Kelly said. It was, as you can imagine, things have been absolutely crazy at City Hall, and Kelly and I did not get a chance to touch base on updated information. The $10,000 estimate was a initial estimate for just the carpentry portion of the work. We're going to be adding some doors as well, and it's more like 12,000 for carpentry, and I'm guessing 5,000 for electrical to get put back in there and straightened out. And there's also some alarm work. So we'll be in the upper teens, I think, when we're done fitting the space up.
That includes both bathrooms, both downstairs bathrooms.
It will be connected to 2 bathrooms, yes. The cost would be in the upper teens, upper teen thousands. No, I'm here to do what council directs us to do.
Thanks, Chris. Beth Ann.
I'm Beth Ann Mayer. I'm deacon at Christ Episcopal Church on State Street. And we we really appreciate your taking this so seriously and moving forward with it. We desperately need space. We aren't picky about what space it is. We think really you have the best information to, your programs and your spaces. We need 15 beds, just so that's clearly out there. We need it to be able to be at least given a waiver by the district fire marshal. In the churches, we have been able to without sprinklers and without a fancy alarm system. All we've needed is a hardwired smoke alarm where the smoke alarms are wired to each other and carbon monoxide sensors. So it's been doable. The concern about accessibility. If we were to use the rec center, we do have the ability to accommodate someone with a mobility challenge. We have funds to buy them a hotel room for the night. So that wouldn't necessarily be, we wouldn't take somebody into that shelter if they couldn't get in and out of it safely. We're kind of excited about the possibility of the teen center. We think it's an accessible space. It's well known. It's easy to get to for people. And maybe I'm a little out of line here, but I think we have the possibility of getting funding to make those changes that you need down there. If you were to do that, we would need a commitment from the city that it could continue to be a space into the future used for overnight shelter. So we really appreciate your taking this seriously. Our need is that we need a space by the middle of next week. We need a space within a week. We have the Unitarian Church until another shelter takes that space, which we're very hopeful will happen within the next week or so. And I lost my thought there.
Corinna, someone else has the floor. Corinna, you've had your opportunity. Someone else has the floor.
So what we would love to see happen is if we could have a temporary space in some other space beside the teen center while the teen center is getting retrofitted. Because who knows what you're going to find once you start looking in the walls. It might be 2 weeks, it might be 2 months, but we would like to get a commitment from the city council to have a space that we could move into within a week.
I tell you, there's no walls to look inside of. It's I've been there. It's pretty wide open. Before you sit down, to be clear on something, we're talking about like 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., right? I think that was
although
we have
the flexibility of delaying entry, say to 9 p.m. by standing up a warming shelter in a church and requiring registration there before moving into the nighttime space.
Okay, but 8 p.m. then doesn't interfere with the city workers in the building. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah, does
Jared.
this make it hard for you to hear? No, not at all.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors. My name is Jared Duval. I live on Elm Street. I am a member alongside Reverend Beth Ann Mayer, Reverend Jay Voorhees, Nancy Reed, and Ellen Doyle of the board of the Montpelier Emergency Cold Weather Shelter. I just want to provide a little bit of background on our operations. For at least the last 2 winters, we've provided emergency cold weather shelter located at the Unitarian Church of Montpelier. Couple of winters ago, that was 12 nights where the overnight low with wind chill was below 10 degrees. Last winter, it was 45 nights. And we have had an incredible team of 60 volunteers who over those winters have been provided with training, access to videos and training on de-escalation. We've been very lucky to have health professionals, social service workers among the ranks of volunteers. And so I share some of that. We developed a policy manual. We formed the nonprofit for the purpose of being able to continue operating, applied for and received state funding to run the emergency winter shelter in Montpelier. And I share some of this because there were some, in the conversation at last council meeting, the idea came up that, oh, if Montpelier was going to have a emergency winter shelter, would it have to be city staffed, knowing the capacity constraints on staff. And so I want to make clear, I believe I speak for my fellow volunteers and board members, and I would say I'm not just a board member, but somebody who's volunteered and served 19 shifts over the last 2 winters at the shelter. So I'm also, familiar with our operations as a volunteer serving shifts at different times throughout the night. And so our request is not the city stand up and manage an emergency shelter program. It is simply for access to a public space so that a proven, experienced group of volunteers with a nonprofit board with state funding that has been identified to provide this service for free can be allowed to do so, because the space that was previously available to us is no longer available. So thank you for that consideration. I hope we can identify both an immediate space by next week, by the time at which we expect the Unitarian Church will no longer be available to us, because they will likely be hosting the nightly shelter that had previously been at the country club. And I am hopeful that longer term, we can have a more regular as needed site in the Teton Center. But again, knowing that that may not be, we don't know exactly how long that will take, identifying an immediate short-term option, I think, is also very important. Thank you for your time and attention to this.
Thanks, Jerry. Corinna, why don't you have a conversation out in the hall or something? Is there somebody else in the room who would like to be? Yeah, is there somebody else in the room who'd like to be recognized at this point? Okay, Ron, step up. What we're being told is that after a week from now or so, the Unitarian Church is not going to be available for this purpose. Okay, that's.
Every night, during the guidelines for that.
Meaning that it was.
Hey, folks, Corinna, we're trying to proceed with the meeting. So no, just I'm trying to have a structured, organized presentation. Ron.
Okay, I was wondering, first of all, how long do you think it will take until you have something definitive?
And I'm going to ask you to start by.
Do you estimate it?
Wait, I'm going to start by starting.
I'm sorry.
Please tell everybody who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ron Merkin. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, you're up.
No, I was wondering, first of all, how long do you think it might take until you have a certain place or places available? Do you have you estimated it?
So I think what I would just say is that, we have been working to identify locations, and we'll do our best to have it available as soon as possible. But I do not have a timeline for you tonight.
I think one thing that people should be aware of, and I don't know if anybody who's really discussing it, but I think it's important. Some years ago, there was a man who was sleeping downstairs here in the senior center. And one time he left a lot of debris around that attracted some I don't know, something or other. But eventually it worked. It became a huge problem because there was a tremendous war there. There was a lot of I have to explain something. I am the prime. I am slightly oh, I can't remember the name of it. Alzheimer's, and so sometimes I can't find the right word. So you may have to have a little compass with me. Okay. But anyway, what happened is there was a tremendous. It didn't work at all because nobody could use it anymore, and it was very dangerous down there. So I'm just bringing this to the attention because I haven't heard anybody talk about that. And I think it's something that should be much really kept in mind if you're looking for a place that nobody that I'm aware of has even thought of. It was many years ago. The senior center was finished. You couldn't step in there. It was, and we had another place just a block away here at the school, but it was not really sufficient and so forth. Eventually, we got it back, but that was an awful lot of money, and we had to be fundraising, which I did also and whatnot. So these are things that I should be kept in mind, but I haven't heard anybody allude to them, not one word about it. I think it's good to keep that in mind, not only because of what I'm saying, because we need a place, but it is in some people's minds who are quite old and they've been at the senior center for many times and don't think that they won't be thinking about that if you are talking about the senior center. They worry about a lot of things, and so do I. There's one other thing that I brought up just about myself. I'm extremely allergic to people who smoke. And upstairs, I live upstairs. When they're down there smoking, for some reason, it comes right in through the, and I have to start coughing, and eventually I have to go out. Usually, if anybody is sleeping there, whether it's legitimate or not, they have to, they smoke outside, right outside here. And I'm really, just for myself now, don't know what I would do because I cannot breathe when the smoke comes in. So these are a couple of things that I hope you will consider when you're doing all this. It's a serious thing for all of us older people.
Thanks, Ron. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Jay Voorhees. I'm the pastor of the Trinity United Methodist Church and also a member of the board of the Montpelier Emergency Weather Shelter. I want to clear up something because I think you are having some questions that I want to identify. As you remember, last year we functioned with a full-time nightly shelter that was run at the Elks Club, operated by Good Samaritan. And then we also had, when that became full and it got below 10 degrees, we opened up what I would call a pop-up shelter. That's what we're talking about today. There is an effort to try to stand up a nightly shelter. We're trying to get funding for that. If that happens, that's what will happen at the Unitarian Church. And so what we're looking for is space for the pop-up shelter. We're not talking about something that's going to be every night, depending on how the weather goes. But the goal is to have something when it gets so cold that that people really are at risk of death. And so the reason we haven't been open is because we're not the nightly shelter. We're the pop-up shelter that opens at 10 degrees below. There's work trying to make a nightly shelter happen, and we desperately need one. We've lost housing for 20 people, 15 to 20 people with the closing of the Elks Club, and we really haven't at this point come up with a solution unless this other program comes forward. The reality is we need a space. The churches in past years have taken that on and done that really well. But like all of us, we're still reeling from the floods. And so our spaces are not suitable for that purpose at this point. If I could open it up tomorrow, I would, but I'm going to have to spend $1 million to fix my basement. So I can't do that right now, or else I would. So I just wanted to be clear that what we're talking about is this pop-up shelter, 10 degrees below. We will be open tomorrow night. because it's going to be below that threshold. At the Unitarian Church. We will, the Unitarian, if the funding comes through for the nightly shelter, it will be located in the Unitarian Church. And what we're asking for is space for the pop-up shelter. That funding, well, you can talk to the state then.
Corinne,
So I'm
please.
looking through this.
We
can talk
Let the
afterwards.
speakers speak, yeah.
Yeah.
Jay,
But-
one question that has come up a couple of times. How is cleanup at the end of the night handled?
The staff takes care of all, I mean, our volunteer staff takes care of all of that. We do have a full-time, oh, not a full-time, but we have a part-time coordinator on staff that is paid this year that will be coordinating volunteers and making sure that happens. We have a volunteer person that that looks at the various ways of making sure that things are cleaned and operations are done well.
Great.
It is people that really care and want to try to do the best they can.
Thanks. There are a couple of people online who've had their hands up for a little while. Vicky.
Yes, I think, I really think that the teen center location is an excellent choice. I mean, it does have that door out there. I can't remember if there's a step down from that door, but that could be dealt with. I just think that's an excellent idea. And I hope that we could fast track that. And there may even be volunteers that would volunteer to help with some of the contracting stuff under the direction of a licensed contractor. You know, go get the nails, or hand me a nail, or whatever. So I really encourage. I mean, that the teen center idea is the most uplifting thing besides the snowplow guy. Uplifting thing I've heard all day. I mean, that's a great idea. So
Thanks, Vicky. Emily Seifert.
Hi, thanks. My name is Emily Seifert. I live on Greenfield Terrace. I am the office and rental manager at the Unitarian
Excuse
Church
me a
of
moment,
Montpelier.
Emily. Folks, please. Okay, go ahead, Emily. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. So I'm the office and rental manager at the Unitarian Church of Montpelier. And I am here to say that I strongly urge the council to open up a city building for the pop-up emergency cold weather shelter. I have experience now with this amazing group of volunteers working in our space to keep people from freezing to death. And it is a dedicated, responsive, and responsible group of volunteers who make this happen. We have continued to be able to use our space during the day at the church, to rent it out in the evening, up to a certain point when we need to be available, have the shelter be opening. And I've been incredibly impressed with Andrea, the coordinator for the cold weather shelter, with her communication and clarity. And there have certainly been some challenging moments, but nothing that we can't work through. So I want to really encourage you to be open-minded and to consider it our moral responsibility to provide a space for people when the weather is this cold. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Folks, yes.
I'll be very quick. Nancy Reed, I'm on the Emergency Cold Weather Shelter Board. Two quick things. First of all, we have in our budget money for professional cleaning for the morning after. So And that we haven't had money for professional cleaning, but that happens. We can guarantee it'll be cleaned in the morning. Another thing is the hours are 8 to 8, but they're not static. We can be flexible about that time, and we have been flexible when things have happened at the Unitarian Church, and we found a place to be. They went last time to the Trinity Church until it was open. So that's not a fixed start and stop time. And I'd also like to just hats off to Emily and to Joan and the team at the Unitarian Church for stepping up and providing the services the last 2 years. It's hard for them. They have a lot of things going on there, and they've really worked hard.
Thanks. Ken Russell.
Yeah, I really appreciate hearing your openness to problem solving on this. We see folks every night who have to close at the end of the day and send off into the night. So, and here to the hardworking people in the churches. So thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Ken Russell, Another Way in Montpelier. Over.
Gotcha. Anybody else in the room or online? Steve.
It's a little movement. It's good to see a little movement, even if it's 4 or 5 years too late. What is an illegitimate sleeper? That's, somebody said that this person was sleeping. They needed a place to sleep, and they were illegitimate. And the question, and I read Amy's memo in your book, is about the people feeling safe, or the vulnerable people in the senior center. Well, what about whose vulnerability is more to be weighed here? Is the vulnerability of the people who are living outside, risking their life every day, holding on to a little bit of hope? Is that trump, somebody's vulnerability that, I don't like having to smell that person, or I don't want to suspect, I don't want to ask them their name or fear their smoke, These are public buildings, and we have an emergency here. We've had an emergency for years, and this is classic of how Montpelier plans. This is just so we need shelter for folks, not only on the 10-degree and lower nights. It's not okay to leave humans outside at 30 degrees or 20 degrees, and yet we've done nothing to put a plan together. This plan doesn't even appear to include day space. I know that last year the state started conditioning the money on having a place for people to be during the day. So I've been recommending since we own the transit center, that we take over that lease and leave Green Mountain or the Green Mountain Transit successor to only be the glass cage and their break room. But the city resume ownership and management of the lobby. That would free the city up to engage with Montpelier Live and the state towards eventually a visitor center there. But in the meantime, people could sleep there at night. There's plumbing right under one of the empty corners in the bathroom where a shower could be put in. But I thought the reason that the basement of City Hall was off limits was because it would interfere with our FEMA flood stream. Maybe the FEMA funding stream is resolved sufficiently enough to where now that space can be reoccupied. But if so, it's going to need more than 2 bathrooms, and it shouldn't just be the pop-up. It could potentially be a year-round space. Keep in mind, head-to-toe cots is not dignified. People who are living outside, smoking, drinking, whatever it takes to get through the day, cannot be compressed that close. We need a plan that provides dignity, privacy, hygiene, and supportive services to get started on the climb back out of that situation.
Thanks, Steve. Council members, I'm not seeing Corinna. I know we try to manage the debate, and I'm not going to get into having people speak more than once. Council members, do we have any thoughts? Harry.
So I want to thank Kelly for being creative and resourceful and thinking about how we might be able to make this work. And what I came away from our last meetings about this with was a sense that we have to find a way to say yes to this request, however we do it, and that the city has a lot of considerations. And I think that the materials that the folks have provided in the packet tonight have addressed the vast majority of those concerns. And also, I know the staff has thought about how you can address them on your end, which I really appreciate. So I love the idea of being able to use the basement of City Hall. I don't love the idea of having to spend a ton of money on it, but if that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. So I'm okay with that. I don't think we could commit to having a long-term shelter there because the whole building is being redone and, we don't know what's going to happen with that. So, but if there's some other way to do some fundraising or to get some money to be able to, to do that so that it doesn't all come from the city, that would be amazing. The question is how long it's going to take for that to be up. And I think we need to be able to say yes to this request that something be up within the next week, even if it's not, the retrofitted downstairs. So if we could commit to doing that work in the basement, and then whenever it's ready, it's ready. And in the meantime, use one of these other places that's been suggested, recognizing it's not ideal, it's not great, it's not good for anybody. Really, it's not ideal for anybody. But if we could do that, then at least we could have a place where people would not have to be outside in insanely cold weather. And so that might be the main hallway of City Hall, which is a really weird space for something like this, but it's there. Maybe it could work. And the rec center, if the fire marshal approves it and there's really a way to address the ADA accessibility, if there are programming adjustments that need to be made at the rec center, or if we decided to do it here at the senior center, if we had to make programming adjustments, I think that would be completely appropriate and would be not a difficult trade-off, I would think, just depending on what it is. So that's what I'd really like us to be able to do tonight, is to say, yeah, we're saying yes, we're gonna do it, whether it's the downstairs of the City Hall or whether it's some other place, and that we can get something up within the next week.
Thanks, Carrie. Sal and then Jim. Sal, looks like you're still muted, but should be able to unmute.
I'm sorry, I was about to say just about everything that Carrie said. I've never seen the teen center, but what I know of the other locations, it seems like the best option. My concern is the 7-day, the 1 week is tricky. And I wonder, but I still think we ought to find a way to say yes to that tonight, including providing a budget for it. And I guess I'd like to explore, maybe Chris could give us some idea of how long it would take to upfit it minimally so that it could be actually used, even if there was additional work that had to be done. Could it be phased somehow? Could we work 12-hour shifts or something? I mean, there've got to be some ways to speed it up a little bit.
Thanks, Sal. Chris, do you have any thoughts?
So from my initial conversations with contractors, I am Chris Lumbra. I'm the sustainability still Chris Lumbra, coordinator for the city of Montpelier. Initial conversations with contractors, I've got people who are ready to move really quickly on this. Kind of the wild card's going to be the electrician. They're just electricals hanging all over the place out of the walls down there. But I will really get a chance to speak to him tomorrow and walk through the space and find out what that portion of it will take. Having it open in a week is going to be a stretch, but it won't be much more than that. I would suggest that if, for a few days next week, we reach the temperature threshold, the police station is the option, right? It's open, it's ready. And just to kind of quiet the chatter a little bit, the rec center is just so far from being compliant with fire and life safety codes that it's not a feasible option. It is not. So given your approval, given funding, we're ready to move really quickly on this, and we will continue to do the very best we can to keep this moving forward.
Thanks, Chris.
Just a real quick clarifying question, Chris. Absolutely. How many beds can fit in the community room at the police center?
So it's interesting you asked that question. I spoke at length with the regional manager of the Division of Fire Safety this morning. And it's an area statewide that really needs clarification. National standards for emergency shelters where people are occupying less than 24 hours are 20 to 40 square feet per person, which it's not a lot of space. The only number that the Division of Fire Safety has to use for occupancy loads is 100 square feet per person, which is what is written hard and fast in the codes that they enforce, which do not address emergency shelters. So I didn't have time today. I would really like to, and I briefly spoke with Rick DeAngelis about this. I'd like to kind of speak with the Agency of Human Services and try and get them to really give clear direction on this. And I know that would be helpful for Division of Fire Safety and statewide stuff. And I think a little off topic for us specifically, but if that number could be brought in line with national standards, I think that would allow existing shelters to house a lot more people. So
thanks, Chris. Jim.
Just to let you know, I've actually been working on this since Wednesday afternoon after the meeting that I had with the homeless committee that I chaired. I've talked a lot with Andrea Stander. I've talked a lot with Adrian over that time. I've slept very little, and I've tried a number of places in the community where there's room, and insurance just seems to keep getting in the way. And so I'm gonna move that we do something at the transit center, because I don't see anybody here that's saying no. I mean, we've heard about the senior center, we've heard about the rec center, we've heard about City Hall. So I'm gonna make a motion that we talk about using the transit center.
Is there a second?
You don't have site control of that building. You at least get fired.
Okay, I don't see a second, so the motion fails for lack of a second. I don't know who was first.
I'm sure.
Adrian, why don't you go first, because
So I was thinking about the transit center, and in my notes, I think there was, Kelly, you talked to them, but it was just a short amount of time. We didn't get any details. But is there an opportunity? Like, I don't know that much about the transit center in terms of spacing. I've been in the front area, but what does it look like?
Yeah, I mean, so there is open space at the transit center, but we have actually not entered into conversations with Green Mountain Transit. So I do have an email out to them. I don't have an email back. We have used it for warming space, not overnight in the past. So, I mean, we certainly could run that down, but time is limited, and so I just want to be mindful of that. So it could be an option, but I also don't know that we would be in a spot tonight to say, this is where it is, like we'd have to have a conversation, I think, with the GMT to make that happen. So that's where we're at with that.
Thanks. Karen.
Yeah, just along those lines, I was going to say the transit center in some ways does seem like an ideal place, but I recognize we can't just say do it tonight. Also, I think that the last time we talked about this, I think we clarified that the staff doesn't necessarily need the council to direct you to make this happen, or, we can express our opinion about what we want. We can say we want to have the city open up someplace and then leave the details of where exactly that is. Like, we don't have to get all the details worked out by the city council. The staff can do that. That's what I'm hoping for anyway.
Well, except if we're gonna, if we're gonna do what I think is the most promising idea, which is, at least for the rest of this winter, to do some renovations to the teen center, that involves doing physical modifications to the building, and that involves spending money. And so I think if we're gonna do that, then I think it takes a vote of the council to spend the money to do it. But and Sal, you've got unless you're responding directly, Sal, go ahead. Still muted.
I'm muted.
There we go.
I wanted to move that we authorize to spend up to $20,000 to upfit the former teen center as
And then dedicate that.
And dedicate that to the temporary cold weather shelter.
Is there a second?
Second.
Folks, any more discussion about that? I'm not going to call on members of the public at this point, because we've moved to council discussion.
So if we do that, I think it's time bound, right? So we said a week, maybe 2 weeks in the perfect world, but maybe there's a second motion. I'm just thinking about this in terms of what do we do between now and 10 to 14 days. So I just want to think about that. So if we do this, maybe we talk about a second motion for an interim space.
Or that might be where we get into Carrie's point that if the council is sending the manager and the leadership the strong message that we want some other space to be made available, I think we can leave it to the judgment of the manager to figure out how to make that work. Ben.
I do just, I have to say, I have concerns about the police station, just in terms of people's comfort level going there. And I appreciate, Chris, your answer around the space configurations and not, we've been in that community room. Like, I don't see, I've heard a need for 15 beds. I don't see the 15 beds considering them. I really do want to defer to the staff to find that interim solution. Having said that, I would really just, and I don't want to get into the weeds like this, but I really think the rec center is the way to go. I know the fire safety is an issue, but it's at the Unitarian Church too. And they found a way to mitigate that through having people stay up all night. I think we're talking about an interim solution, hopefully a couple weeks, not more than that. And I think it's frankly would be the place that would be people would most likely use in a dangerous situation, and would be the one that would be the least disruptive to other city services.
So do you want to make that motion after we get done with this motion?
Sure.
Okay. So let's get to this motion first. Council members, is there any more discussion on the motion Sal's motion to appropriate $20,000?
Sorry, I do have a question about that.
Okay.
I think we need to clarify. I mean, if we're going to spend $20,000 of city money to create a temporary, overflow shelter, I just want to, are we deciding the long-term use of that space right now? We're talking about this year.
This year, yeah.
Okay.
Because we don't know what we're going to do.
Right. Okay. I just thank you for clarity.
Okay. Carrie?
Yeah, and I want to say that the wording of the motion is to authorize this expenditure. And if for some reason the transit center comes through tomorrow and they say, great, let's come on in here, and we don't need to do that, then we're not obligating ourselves to that.
I think that's right.
Is that right? Okay, great.
Adrian?
I would also, not part of the motion, but just think of, Chris, you have so many connections in this town. Is there like an opportunity to work with like Habitat Humanity or work with a local contractor to kind of expedite this or get it under $20,000? I don't know. Or is that like the best of the best? Because this is what you do.
Given the time constraints, I think trying to build partnerships like that and leverage volunteer ism is really going to gum up the works and slow the project.
Okay.
It's,
You know, that's
you know,
saying
it honestly,
good, fast, cheap, pick two.
I just wanted to ask, that's all, so thank you.
Sal.
It's just that the motion was up to $20,000, just to be clear.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rick, you haven't spoken yet.
Well, just a point of information about the money. I know that's important to everybody. Rick DeAngelis, and I'm one of the staff members on the program that is funding this effort. And I think it's worth exploring the state contributing to the cost of that. We would like it if there was a affirmative statement about continuing to use it for that purpose, but we're still willing to consider it.
Great, thanks. Folks, are we ready to vote? Ben.
I just need to clarify that, need to disclose that my mom is on the board of this organization making this request. I don't believe that constitutes a conflict, but I just want to be clear.
You're not getting rich off this.
No, and I don't always do what my mother tells me.
All right, folks, we have the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any no? All right, thank you. We've got this. Were you gonna make a motion on the rec center?
Yeah, I will, you know, I would encourage, you know, honestly, I don't know that I will. I really want to empower staff to find the best possible solution. I also just want to voice my concerns about the police station not having enough beds and might not be the place that people are going to be willing to go. But I don't necessarily feel the need to.
Okay.
We can about it.
All right, thank you, everybody. Tough conversation. I think we came out at a good place. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. It's not a fun night to be coming out to a meeting. And we can move on to the next item, which coincidentally also has to do with homelessness. And this is the charge and composition of the homelessness committee. And are we having Jim kick this off? Jim, are we having you kick this off?
Well, if
Do you want
Zach
me?
if Zach is still here,
Let's hold off for a second. There's a lot of shuffling around in the room. Want to make sure that people can be heard. Do you want me to start it off?
Either way.
Okay. Okay, we put this on the agenda tonight because we had voted to convert the homelessness task force to a homelessness committee. And we had scheduled this and asked the homelessness committee to come back to us with a charge, which the council would then approve. And we, until yesterday or today, I don't think we had language from the committee, and then we got language from the committee. So I think that's what we're here to talk about tonight. And so, Jim, do you want to go from there?
well, is Zach still online?
Yeah, I'm still
Yes,
with
he
you.
is.
Do you want me to go, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, yes, I
Uh,
would, Zach.
Go ahead, Zach.
Okay, yeah, we responded right away with that charge. Originally, we had one half of that charge drawn up for another meeting a while back, but it didn't make it to the table. And then Carrie added some additional language, which after a homelessness task force meeting, we decided to put it all together into that language that's in front of you or should be nearby. And I do apologize for not getting this to you sooner. I wasn't aware that we were on today, and I've been traveling for the last week. But the language really talks about what we would be doing, and also has a quarterly requirement for, I believe, us to check in with y'all, and also have a counselor, at least one counselor, on the on the committee at any given time, and just talks about what we would be used for, stuff like that. And one of the greatest examples would be what we're dealing with right now, you know, and coming together and stuff like that. So I don't have that in front of me right now, but I did want to speak highly that I responded, we responded quite quickly after y'all said come back with a charge, because as chair I took that really seriously. And the
Thanks,
committee
Zach.
did too. Thank you.
As luck would have it, we do have it in front of us.
Right.
Kelly's not at present. So would you like to read it?
Sure, happy to. Just for people that are in the room and online, this was sent to us, and so I'm just gonna take it from here. So the proposed new language for the Homelessness Committee charge, the Montpelier Homelessness Committee is charged with the following: working collaboratively with the council on developing a short-term idea and or solutions to address time-sensitive acute conditions for people experiencing homelessness. The committee will assist with addressing acute conditions when necessary and take appropriate action when possible. The second bullet is developing policy recommendations to address long-term structural and system improvements the city could implement to both address the needs of people currently experiencing homelessness, as well as the needs of recently housed individuals who may require support to maintain their housing. Recommendations will include preliminary budget requirements, if known, and a timeline for implementation and duration of the proposed project. The committee will gather and maintain, update information on the following: information regarding the scope of homelessness in Montpelier and the needs of people experiencing homelessness in Montpelier, the system and services currently in place in Montpelier and surrounding towns to address homelessness, the range of concerns, perceived barriers, and potential solutions identified by the community, which includes those who are experiencing homelessness, local businesses, and concerned citizens, existing strategies in other cities or states, recognizing that the location of our city requires solutions that are responsive to our changing seasons. And then the last bit here is the committee membership will include at least one member of the city council, will keep the full council updated on the work of the committee. In addition, provide the city council with recommendations for short-term and long-term policies and initiatives to improve conditions for people experiencing homelessness in Montpelier, consult with people and organizations with lived experience and expertise in addressing the needs of people experiencing homelessness in order to assess needs and create recommendations, respond to ad hoc requests for information and recommendations from the city council, and then report recommendations and findings to the city council on a quarterly basis or as frequently as needed.
Okay, and council members, this came in the email today, so you probably all already have it. Jim, do you still have your hand up? Yes, you do.
Yeah. I would just like to say that I have been, ever since I was assigned to this committee, I have been to every single meeting. I actually chaired the last one because Zach couldn't be there. The only time I missed part of it was when the city council scheduled a meeting during the same time. And of course, so I went to the city council meeting. So I would ask that not happen again, please. But I'm committed to this group. I would be willing to take on giving you a report whenever it deems it should be necessary, because I plan to definitely attend every meeting.
Adrian.
One of the things, so thank you for putting together this charge. I think it's important for every committee to have a charge, and I think it should also be, in the world that I live in, some type of goals that are data-driven, time-bound. So I do like that we added quarterly. So, a couple questions here. I would like there to be a quarterly update on all of these. So, come back and say, what were the ideas and solutions, right? So think about the data collection process on how you're going to collect this information, how you're going to document it, and then how you're going to report it back to council. Because I think it's important. Like, this is what you're proposing in this committee charge is sorry, this is the words I use. It's like a current state analysis, like what is happening right now in the landscape of homelessness. And so I think it is important. There's a lot happening in central Vermont. I don't know if we want to, there's a lot happening in central Vermont. So I think it's important to collect this information, report it back to city council, but then also come back with recommendations on what types of policies may be missing. How do we strengthen current policies? One of the things that I think is missing from this is some type of charge or, I don't know, bullet point on partnerships. I don't know what that may be, but there's a lot of groups that meet in central Vermont, between the hospital, public health. We have the situation table. We have, the churches. There's all these groups that meet in central Vermont, which is lovely, but it's a huge risk because they're all meeting in these separate groups. And so I don't know if the homelessness committee, can kind of organize that, if that's too big of a charge, but I think doing that landscape analysis for us to say what organizations are meeting, what are they meeting about, what are the opportunities, what are the gaps, and then I think that could also help clarify what this committee charges after this quarter, because I know I am not very clear about all the different partners and what's happening. So that's just some feedback, I think, for this group, just to take this as like an official charge, official first step. What does the first quarter look like? And then what the report looks back to council.
Thanks, Adrian. Barry.
Perfect. Yeah, so this charge is kind of a blend of some old language from when this was the homelessness task force and some newer language. And I think, I wrote the last 4 bullets, and they weren't necessarily, they were just a draft. It was just thoughts, but I was not envisioning that they would be combined with a lot of other things. I was trying to keep it really simple. I was trying to keep it to something realistic, and also moving away from the task force nature of the original work, which was, we need you to get this current state that we were talking about. I think that that's not necessarily what we need at the time right now. I think that's what we needed then. I think what we need now are recommendations for things that we can do to make things better. And that's it. And I think that we can ask for more specific information if we want it. And that's where the respond to ad hoc requests from the city council part comes in. That if the city council there's something that we're dealing with, like right now, there's a need for emergency cold weather shelter. I think it would be great if the city council could turn to the committee and say, give us some recommendations about that, or give us this certain information that we don't have, or, whatever it is. That's what I'm thinking in general about committees, how they can be useful to us, is that we want them to draw on the expertise that's in the community. And I think that saying something specifically about partnerships is a great idea. And we want them to use the expertise and the knowledge that they have and that they have access to through these partnerships and communication to then come to us and say, here's what we think you should do, or here's something you should consider that you hadn't considered already, or here's something you're completely missing in these conversations. And that we could also then turn to them and say, we would like you to do this. And so maybe there's a specific task we have for this one quarter. We say whatever it is, and then they come back and they report on a quarterly basis, or more frequently if necessary, if we ask them to come back to the next meeting and say that. So this was I really liked the conversation we've had a long time ago about committees and how they would work, and how a city council committee is supposed to be helping the city council do our work. And so I think that a pretty simple and straightforward charge that says you're going to provide us with recommendations and you're going to give us information when we ask for it. I would love to keep most of our committee charges to something simple like this. And then, we can get as specific or with it as we need to, if we decide we need to.
So are you saying you think what we have before us is not quite ready for prime time, or are you good to go with what we have?
I would much prefer to not go with this whole entire thing, but to just trim it down.
Mm-hmm.
But if we could also go with with the whole thing would still,
Okay.
it would still work, I
Uh-huh.
guess.
Peter Kelman.
I'm muted. Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted now.
Okay. I was on the homelessness task force. I was on the housing task force. And when the housing task force moved over to being a housing committee, one thing that was very important and what difference between a task force and a committee is that a committee is appointed by city council. It is not a group of representatives of organizations. And I haven't heard any conversation about the composition of the committee, but I would strongly recommend that you follow that same pattern. You would call for people to apply and you'd go through an approval process. It would not be a group of people, a representative from Good Sam, a representative from Another Way, et cetera. I think that's important because of, among other things, conflicts of interest. So it's great to call in people from those organizations and ask them for information, ask them and try to do what Adrian was talking about, make sure that you know what's going on all over, but they should not be members. The second thing I would say is, I'm having a senior moment here, but 3 years ago, the city paid $30,000 plus to have a report on homelessness that covered a lot of what was described earlier. Now, it's 3 years old, but a lot of what is in that report is still quite valid. That report also had some definite recommendations. It was dropped. Nothing was ever done with it. I can't remember the name. I'm trying to remember does anybody remember the name of the report? It was done by two consultants, Dan.
It's Parker Associates.
Parker Associates.
Yeah.
I would suggest that one of the first things that should be done, and I don't know if it belongs in a charge, but I think it would be a request from the city council, is go back over the Parker Associates Parker Advisors report and pull out the things that still seem like recommendations that the council could look at. I mean, most of the people on the council now weren't on the council then, so you've probably never seen this report. I've read it, and there's a lot of good stuff in it. I had problems with some of it, but there's a lot of good stuff that I really think is still applicable. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Zach.
I just wanted to respond to the notion that we had representatives or any representatives from different organizations on the committee or the task force. I'm certainly not paid to be there. And this has been a controversy for some time. I get it, but I am here as a Montpelier citizen, and I believe that the other folks are there in unofficial capacities. So I really think it's important because the task force was not, and the committee so far has not had, these seats that are seated by organizations. So I hope that we can do. I was explaining this to Palin, I think, last time. I think what happens is people come on the committee with expertise. Many of us are in social service. So how are you gonna, if you say, I can't be, these places can't be there, then maybe I won't be able to be there because I'm part of some of these places. I get what people are saying, but what I would suggest is not to have official seats for the organizations. Just keep it as is. And to address Adrian's comment about there is so many meetings around, and we do try to keep track of those. A lot of us were part of that. That was one of the nice things about having people from organizations on the side. be on the, task force as they knew about this stuff. So you lose that kind of thing if you say, let's not have anyone from certain organizations. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. Carolyn.
I want to follow up on what Peter said, which was after the Parker report was submitted to the council then authorized Bachman Associates to actually do an architectural study of the rec center, because that was one of the recommendations in the Parker report. So you have two documents that you should pay attention to from that period of time.
Thank you. Councilor Steve.
Steve Whitaker again. I'm gonna take blame or credit for having persuaded the council 6 years ago to create a homelessness task force. But I don't think a task force that has pretty much maintained stasis or dysfunction, status quo for the last 5 years should be writing their own job description. I think this is something that someone that you trust or respect should talk to the advocates and the caregivers and the folks that have done the work and picked up the slack for government dysfunction on this issue and craft a job description that they further present to you. From 5 years ago, 6 years ago, a concise summary, report to the council in 3 months, ideas and solutions to improve conditions, policy recommendations, concrete ideas, structural and systems budgets and timelines, supporting data on number of people outside, scope and needs, current systems, regions, concerns, barriers, and community proposed solutions, other models from elsewhere. But congregate shelters are done with. There's no dignity, there's no privacy, there's no hygiene, there could be hygiene, but pandemic pretty much made us aware that congregate shelters are not a good idea. They're not suitable, they're not adequate, just like porta-johns are not suitable or adequate. So right now, our priorities need to be a full census. We need storage. People need to not be having to carry bags of stuff to attend a city council meeting. Safe sleeping locations, designated places to camp within reach of emergency services and hygiene, dignified solutions, an inventory of possible sites. It's not good to try to crowd everybody. Folks that have been desocialized don't all play well together. So having multiple sites where people can, those are all, I think, the first points, but I think we need to do better and give them a task. I mean, I was for having the housing committee do this work, but since y'all decided to go with a separate committee, we need to be very careful on crafting a job description for them. And I'd be willing to help on that.
Thank you, Steve. Council members, I'm not going to call on anyone who's already spoken, but council members, where are we with this? Seems like we've got a couple of choices, including editing it on the fly tonight, or adopting it, or sending it back. Yes, Ben.
I think the committee's meeting, right? Jim's, convened the committee, they're meeting, they're doing the work. I'd say they would take a little bit of extra time and really take the good ideas that are in this document and boil it down to a very concise charge that describes the kind of things, frankly, that Steve and Gary both talked about. I just think it would be more directional and would ultimately help in the long run, but there's no reason to slow down with the committee. They're meeting, they're doing good work. Like, let's take a little bit of time and come back with a charge that we can all really get behind. That's what I would say.
Work for you guys?
Jack, I totally agree with Ben. Why don't we will take this, I would like to say to Zach, let's take this up in our very next meeting. Let's make it all about the charge. And that'll be our main function, so that when we come back to you next time, we'll have a more concise, defined, simplified charge.
Sounds great, Jim. Thanks a lot. Carrie.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm also one of the liaisons to that committee, so I can be part of this conversation. I do want to argue a little bit more for the charge coming from the council, not coming from the committee. So I think we're fine to go right now to leave it, but I do think this is our committee and it's our work that we want done. And so we should be the ones to say this is what we want.
Yep, I agree. Kelly, did you want us to talk something about the composition part of this item?
Yeah, I would like that very much. Thank you. Just so for consideration, as you're talking things through, so before coming to the meeting, I just wanted to see where we were at in terms of numbers. And so there's a total of 9 members on this committee. We currently have 5 members. One of those members is up for reappointment, and so that really leaves 4 active members. And so we really should decide a couple of things. So is the number of 9 right or not? And, do you want to have members reapply or just when their terms are up and then fill the vacancies? So you just keep the 9 and then you keep it on a rolling basis. So those are a couple of decision points based on composition that I think would be good to kind of determine, and certainly they could come back with the charge. Doesn't need to be decided tonight, just to give some food for thought in terms of how they can handle that. And right now we just on our roster of committees, we do have 1 person that is up for reappointment and the others are still active. But I'm mentioning all that just because there's not officially a quorum. So it would be a little bit of a struggle to be able to, Jim could bring something back, and I think that it would probably be, working with Carrie to sort of bring it back to council. But there wouldn't be sort of an official action at this point.
Shrink it tonight so you have a legal quorum and grow it later when you get more candidates.
That's a thought. Well, okay. Jim.
I asked Kelly if we could have it advertised for members, and I haven't seen that, so could that be done? I mean, at the last meeting that I chaired, there was only 1 member, to be honest with you. And we had a lot of members in the meantime before I got really involved that were kind of left or disillusioned, and so we had a bunch of them drop off or don't always come. So I wish we would advertise for more members, but Carrie and I can certainly put together something from a council perspective when we're there, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
You can say there were 9 members. Okay.
9 slots.
Yep.
Mhm.
9 seats. Okay.
Yep, and we can work on advertising. I'm gonna sound like a little bit of a broken record. We've been a little busy, but we will work on that.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're good to move on. I see there are a couple of hands up, but I think we're good to move on at this point. And now it's time for our break. I was hoping we would get up to the budget before we took our break, but it's time for our break now, and let's be back here in 10 minutes. Thanks, everybody. Well, let's get back to business. Legislative agenda and legislative advocacy contract.
So I'm happy to kind of tee this off. So in your packets, you have a draft legislative agenda, and it's things that we've talked about. It's also, just really based off of the strategic plan. It is rough. So admittedly, if there are things that you want to change or you'd like to kind of elevate certain items over others and prioritize, I'm happy to take those suggestions and recommendations. I have heard back from members of the legislative delegation, and it looks like they'll be available for the next meeting. So that's good. So we'll be able to get that teed up. Also in your packet, thought that it would be a good time to kind of, mash these together. Is we have been using a firm for legislative advocacy. We do not have funding in 26 for that specifically. We could find the funding for it. I do think that it has been very beneficial to us to have a legislator. I mean, we do have the League of Cities and Towns, and they're great on a lot of issues, but things that are specific to Montpelier. And we do have some issues that we probably are going to want to really focus on. And if there are any money things, like it would be really nice to have our own person. So Gwen Zakoff, who used to be with the League and now has her own firm, would contract with us. And so there is language in there from a previous contract. And so I guess what we'd be looking for tonight is just some feedback on the legislative agenda. And then, we can put that back together and bring it back to you next week, finalized, ready to go for the legislative delegation. And then just authorization to proceed with executing a contract. And so that would be about $4,000 to $5,000 for authorization. I just wanted to, we could do this based on the purchasing policy thresholds, but I wanted to bring it to you. Since it's not part of the budget and it's, something that I think is impactful and we probably should do. So with that, just kind of leave it there.
Okay. Folks, council members, any thoughts on either part of this?
I'll say two things. I mean, I like the legislative agenda items. Maybe when our representatives come, we can talk about it. Like, I do think on the economic development section, when we're talking about revolving loan funds and the downtown tax credits, like I really do think there's an opportunity around local option tax to use that to leverage the tax credit program. And we should have some kind of revolving loan fund in the town available to private business owners or building owners to do flood mitigation on the buildings. And well, just related to that, we just got the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission got a $750,000 grant today for watershed collaboration and doing assessment on 100 downtown buildings in Central Vermont, right? And so if you have an assessment that says this is what you need to do for flood mitigation for your building, then you just need access to capital to be able to do it. And so I think we really need to push on that. And there's different revenue streams. And then the only other thing I would say is like, for $4,000 to $5,000 for a lobbyist, they're not going to be able to push that forward, But I think it's enormously important for Montpelier to have somebody who is in the State House who, when something comes up, can flag it and bring it to our attention. I think it's going to save us money.
It got us all. It got after the flood. It made us money many times over what we spent.
There was something that was in the city plan that we flagged to talk about this, and I don't know if I'm trying to find what it was. It was so long ago I can't remember. It had to do with it was like literally in our city plan. It had, do you remember? It's like had to do with.
I think it was a field of housing permits.
What was it? Permits?
Housing field.
Oh, yes, the housing, the appeals process. Is that in here for our legislative priorities? We talked about the appeals process for like permits.
We can add it. It's not, and it probably would fall under item 1 under the housing piece, but we could.
Because we talked about that as well. I think it's in our city plan and one of our priorities at the state level. Just popped into my head. So. Thank you for that memory. I couldn't quite get there.
Jim. Not quite unmuted yet. There we go.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't unmute for a while, Jack. I would just like to ask the council who's been here for the last 2 or 3 years, how effective did you find having somebody in the legislature work for you? I know back in my time, the legislature were totally useless to responding to our concerns. And so we stopped even having them come in and waste everybody's time. So I would like to hear how it worked in the last couple of years, because obviously I don't have a clue. Thank you.
Sure. Well, I can give you, my opinion is it has paid off. Sometimes, we, working with after the flood, we shared with Barry, and we worked with other municipalities that were also affected by the flood, and it resulted in real dollars for us, which really paid off. And I've had occasions where this isn't something that I have time to spend a lot of attention to, but I've had times where our lobbyist has let me know that there was a time where I should be over at City Hall testifying on something. And it's a funny thing, when I go over in my role as my day job, they talk to me in a certain way, but then when I'm over in this role and they all call me Mr. Mayor, it just seems to be a little different.
Thank you, Jack.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Jack.
Sal.
Just to clarify the appeals issue, it was, we as a council are able to change the cost of an appeal. And we had discussed that a couple meetings back, but the legislature needs to change the criteria for who has standing to make an appeal. So that's the crux of the issue that we'd like them to address.
Yep. Pellin.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly, for the items you listed in the contract to be looked at. I just want to add one more item, if it is possible. Under the economic development, I want to see some advocacy around pilot program. I am already working on it, and I'm planning to start a citizen group, because it is very important for towns to get better share from that program, like a more fair. So if it is possible, I really like to see it there. Thank you.
Can add that for sure. Thanks.
Thanks, Pellin. Carrie.
Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of the contract with the lobbyist, and it's not a lot of money, it's not a lot of work, but it is somebody who can take this list, which is mostly pretty general stuff, and know how to connect it to bills that actually come up, or when there's a possibility for a bill that maybe we could be a part of, or something, because they do things unexpectedly all the time. And so to have somebody who's working for us who can track all that and say, okay, here's an opportunity to, do something different with the local options tax distribution in this other bill, and we can get in there. So, I'm okay with keeping it kind of general like it is. But if something comes along that we feel really strongly about, we can revisit this, right? And we can add it on there if we feel like it really needs to be added on.
When you say on, do you mean to our priorities list?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Okay, I'd like to see a couple of hands raised. Peter?
Peter Kalman, Montpelier. I just have a comment and a question. The legislature, aside from something like the appeals, where it's very specific that we need them to approve it, which I think that's something which you got to make sure that somebody is making that happen. For $5,000, wow, that would be a deal if they can really make it happen. But it might be that there needs to be some more direct contact between the city and the legislators about something as specific as that. But my question is, the legislature passes laws, but the administration, the governor and his staff are the people who actually dole out money and who do this or that and who don't do this or that. For example, they don't help us with homelessness. And I think what we really need to think about more than actually a legislative lobbyist is somebody who can get inside the State House and talk to the people in the administration. I mean, we can't even get them to grant us access to their parking lots. I mean, they don't treat us like we're actually the town in which they live. And I would like the city council to think about how we can have more influence with the administration as well, as well as the legislature. But I just heard a thing on the radio the other day from the Chamber of Commerce saying, there's lots of money out there, but nobody knows about it. Well, the legislature voted the money, but the administration didn't make it well known. And I think that's really one of the big problems that we have. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Does anybody else like to be heard?
Are you voting just on Steve Whitaker, are you voting just on the contract, or are you confirming that this is the agenda for the next legislative session? The incomplete list of priorities or was this list of this 3-pager, was that voted on at a prior meeting and I missed it?
No, it has not been voted on. It's coming before the council for the first time tonight. So,
Okay.
so there's really two separate questions. So if you have some comment about the statement of priorities, this would be an appropriate time to make them.
Well, I just haven't had time to develop them. I think if as long as there's another opportunity to refine that list of priorities, I've been around the State House a lot, so I have some sense of what else is going on. There is a statewide effort that causes me to be questioning a defined phase 2 of a regional public safety dispatch modernization. That raises some red flags, and it's inconsistent with what's going on at the state level. So
Well, to answer your question,
I support voting Gwen Zykoff's contract. I would say this needs more refinement.
okay, so to answer your question, I'm sensing that people generally support the contract. I don't know whether council wants to adopt the set of legislative priorities now or wants to come back another time. But I would entertain it.
Be real, like, what are we talking about? Like, we're gonna adopt, I mean, these are great, but like, for $5,000, they are not gonna pursue this agenda. They're going to listen for opportunities where they see an issue that they know that we care about and look for something to do, right? So I think these are great ideas. I think we could send them to, send them and be like, these are the things that the council generally cares about. But I feel like I just want to make sure that we're clear about what we're actually getting. I think it's really important to have this contract, like have them on call to be listening for our interests and to be seize an opportunity when find it.
Yeah, and it could be that as a number of people have observed, things happen in the building that we don't necessarily know were going to happen, and we could know from very early on that items A, B, and F are dead on arrival, so we're not going to spend any time on that, but some of the others might be very strong. So do you want to?
I would make a motion that we approve the contract. I don't know. Like, Kelly, what would you?
So I just authorize the acting city manager to execute contract. Okay, and then I'll just put that done for you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Jim, could you repeat what your vote was?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And folks, do you want to do any more about this set of priorities than to sort of give Kelly the nod informally? Yeah,
Our legislative delegation's coming in at our next meeting, so it would be great to be able to have this. So I move that we
Exactly.
approve the legislative priorities as presented.
Second.
Just for clarification, if I might, so with the addition of the two items, so with the appeals and also, the pilot item for economic development?
Okay, I don't know what those are. I don't know how to say those. I mean, I don't, the pilot one, I don't know what that was. Yeah, I know what pilot is.
Yeah, so I mean, I just, would,
So I need more wording. I need actual wording.
so yeah, I don't have it tonight, but.
Yeah, don't have it
So
tonight.
just looking for clarity.
So,
Yeah.
I can cite the, I did find it, sorry for it's in the one I was referring to it's in the city plan, the housing chapter, and it's number H025. It says use a lobbyist to support changes to state law, and it has all the language in there. It's very long. But that is what I was referring to for what we approved and what we talked about.
I can't just refer to that for a motion, though. I need a real motion.
Yeah. That's John.
thank you, Mr. Clerk. Let's take this as a general direction, hopefully finish it next week. Is that okay with you, Carrie?
I mean, I made a motion. If no
Yep.
one seconds it, I'm fine.
I think it's seconded.
We can live.
I think Sal seconded it.
Okay.
Okay,
No, not with the changes. The motion I made was
it
as
was not
presented.
with, as presented to us, yeah.
I'm totally prepared to just vote for it as it is right now, and then we can make amendments to it with very specific language.
Yes.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And we could do the same with the housing
Okay,
thing, but like for now, just move forward. These are great ideas. Like,
sure. Okay, whatever.
Agree.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? All right. Moving right along. Thank you. Item 10. City manager's budget.
Okay, so I'm gonna share the screen here. Everybody see this?
Yeah.
Make it bigger. That work?
Yes, please. There we go.
All right, so apologies for a little bit of a delay, but we've got a couple of budgets or scenarios for you tonight to look at. And so we'll move through those in a pretty good presentation, if I do say so. So I'm going to get into that in a minute, but I just want to highlight that tonight we sent over to you the cover letter that we typically put together that just defines and describes, all the elements of the budget high level. And then we also provided two scenarios. One is the proposed budget. And if you're looking at those two documents, just the way that you can look at that is at the top of the budget detail. There is a header that says proposed, and it's sort of in the middle of the header section. We're calling that a service level budget. And so we'll get into that a little bit more. But there's also an identifier in the other budget as well. And then that one is labeled level fund. And so it should also note that the level fund option is not what we're proposing as the city manager's budget. It is for context. Also, just want to note that while we've called it the level fund budget, there are a few increases in it. It does have infrastructure investment and also has the staff COLAs in it. So I just want to highlight those few items before we get started. It was not our intention that you would look at any of this information tonight. So what we're hoping for is we're going to give you a good overview of, what this all is. This really actually, is keyed off of a lot of the workshops that we did previously throughout the fall. So some of this will look familiar to you. And we're hoping that it'll generate questions, inform decision-making, and give you a good roadmap on how to proceed through the next 6 weeks or so while you decide what you'd like to do with the budget, or maybe up to a month, but who's counting? So here we go. So we're gonna get into this. So here's the presentation, and so here's what we're going to be covering. So we already just kind of went over in broad strokes what you have for materials in your inbox. Also note that those materials will be posted online. We also have developed the budget options worksheet, which is a nice plug and play tool for you to use that has been pretty helpful in the past. The other thing that I just want to note, just a factor to consider, just keep in the back of your mind as we're talking cents on the tax rate. So a cent levied is $131,342. And so it's referenced in this presentation a couple of different times, but when you look at it, it's just for context. So when you're talking about decision items and you're talking about how you want to impact the tax rate, it's just having that rule of thumb, what a cent will levy. This is really helpful because then that way you can kind of do the quick math rather than having to dive real deep. We can do that too, but just wanted you to have that as we get started. And so we're going to start off with what we heard from the budget survey. Just again, high level. There's a lot of detail there. There's a lot of comments, and we can get into any of those details, but I just wanted to kind of showcase what we heard and what we kind of put into this decision-making process. We'll provide the 27 service level budget, or what the manager's budget is that we're proposing at the staff level, what the priorities are, what the revenues and expenditures are. Some of the charts that you'll see in this presentation are consistent with what we saw in the workshop. So just want to, you'll have seen kind of the elements of that before. And then we'll provide you with decision points. So throughout this presentation, there are elements that you can decide on. And so this isn't going to be easy, but we want to make sure that you have the tools to figure out where you would like to set your priorities and provide funding. And then we'll talk about the level fund budget, which I, described a little bit before here. And then there is a proposed bond that we'll talk about, which is related to water sewer. So I'm just gonna keep moving here, and lots of good numbers. So they're coming. Everybody ready? Okay, good. So here's the piece about, what we heard. I'm not going to read all of these off, but, a couple of the highlights that we have here is we hear this every year. And I think regardless of, where you end up, if you select the city manager's proposed budget, or you, select the level fund budget, or somewhere in between, which I think is probably likely going to be somewhere in between, honestly. But just know that, both are pretty heavy on the infrastructure investment, because we hear that every year, and it's really important. That is a core municipal function. The other piece here is the focus on supporting public safety services. So those are pretty important, and those are highlighted within these budget documents. The local options tax. So one of the things that was indicated is using that for infrastructure, as well as using that for tax relief potentially. And so you'll kind of see how we've used that within the budget construct, and how you might, play with that a little bit if you wanted to or not. But there are options there as well. And then the other thing that I thought was kind of interesting that I just want to highlight in terms of, what we heard. And I also want to say too, that this is the, first sort of, introduction of, the budget process. Really, there will be opportunity for input throughout, next week and then into January. But what is interesting is there were mixed views on, where people would reduce services. And so I think it's all dependent on what's important to you. And so it's just kind of, I think, what I wanted to know. But there was a focus on maintaining core services to Montpelier.
How many responses do we have with survey?
Oh, Evelyn, how many? Yeah, 350. So we had a pretty good response. I think it was an increase over last year, for sure. So that's pretty nice. So just getting into this bottom line budget. So this is what we're calling the service level budget. And so if we're just jumping down to this bottom line here, the amount in this budget to be raised by taxes is up 1.37 million. So that's about 11.15%. And so that's a pretty significant increase over FY26 for tax dollars. But what we wanted to do was really showcase for you the need for services within the community. And so you'll see what all is in here. And then we'll kind of, work through what the options are. And then there's just some other highlighted facts in terms of, where we ended up with on the expense side. So this, $21 million number is, what the total general fund budget is in this proposal. And the total budget is up about 2.2 million or so, or 11.79%. And so that just gives you sort of broad strokes. Also want to highlight the non-tax revenues. Those are also up. And so we'll get into the details in future slides. But you get the 7.5 million or so, or about $860,000. So that's just sort of broad strokes for you to consider for this proposal. Going backwards, wrong way. Hold on here. There we go. The arrow works best. So then just getting into how we set these priorities. So we really keyed off of our conversations during the workshops and at the last meeting. And what I want to really highlight is the focus areas. So we wanted to advance strategic plan initiatives. So we really wanted to focus on infrastructure, housing, and economic development. Those three elements are really connected. So, just considering that, we wanted to strengthen capital investment and infrastructure renewal, emphasize public safety and public work readiness, and then maintain responsible service level delivery at current service levels. And so we really wanted to showcase, where the investments were to provide sustainable services. Again, this is what we're proposing as the manager's budget, but there will be another scenario for you to consider further on down the line. So just pressures. So the pressure is real here, and I don't want to sugarcoat that, but I also want to take the opportunity to treat this like an opportunity. I know, budgets are oftentimes doom and gloom, but, we can also choose to look at it from the perspective of what we choose to fund, and that's up to you. So I think you've got the good framework to be able to make some decisions in this budget, but I also want to just highlight, where we're seeing some significant pressures. I'm not going to read through this whole list, but a couple that I wanted to highlight are deferred maintenance. And so you'll notice that in some of the operational lines, and then also in some of the projects that we've chosen to fund. The limited population and tax base growth is another, tricky item that, we really need to grow the tax base in order to, enhance revenue to, be able to provide the services, and then capital investment gaps. And so one of the three we're really hitting head on with the local options tax, which will be particularly helpful. And then the others, we're working on too and chipping away at. So I wanted to know where the pressures are. And here are some other things. Health insurance is always on the list. This year, we're at 10%, in each of the calendar year periods, because it's on a calendar year, but it's only 10%, but just wanted to note that that's kind of always in the mix.
But that is good.
Yeah, that is really good. And I'll note it in another slide, but one of the things that, we were facing like 22%, much like last year, but because of the work of the consensus forecast group, the city teams came together and were able to make some changes to our plan to bring that way down. And so it's through that collaborative work that we were able to make some adjustments. It's not a change in coverage for city employees. It's just a change in plan design. So which is pretty awesome. So I just want to note that piece. And we were looking under every rock, and that one we were nervous about, but that one broke our way. So that's good. So just on this slide, so this is one of the slides that I was saying that like you've seen before. So you saw this in the budget workshop in the 101. And so you'll see it's kind of a side by side, and just to orient you to this slide, you've got FY26, there in FY27, just really focusing on FY27 and then sort of the proposed increase or decrease. And so just to kind of capture, what we're looking at here, the, 1.37 or so, that's what this 11.15% increase in property taxes is that's the spend. So that's, what we need to raise in additional property taxes to cover this budget. The pilot you see, and it's a little confusing because it's just in sort of the accounting, it's the inverse. So you can see that the top sort of provides you with a key or a guide for what that looks like. So negative is a positive is a negative. And so it's all good. Don't worry about it. Sarah's got it. But it's and that's how it's kind of captured here, but you can kind of tell from the top there. I actually did that to myself earlier and I was like, gosh, rookie mistake. Anyway, just looking through here, the next piece that I wanted to highlight was the pilot piece. And so we're at full pilot. And so you'll actually see it down in the revenue that we're receiving of about $200,000. So that is a change to this budget. You'll see the $1 million up in local options that's been captured. Other things of note include the ambulance revenue. So that up is associated with the enhanced rates that we'll be bringing you to approve. And that's just sort of based on what the market will bear and what it costs to provide those services. But then also the contracts with member towns, Middlesex and Moortown are also included in this line. So that's that one. And then the other one that I want to note here and just highlight is the intergovernmental revenue. So that 274 number, which is really a down, is associated with CJC. So we no longer have CJC within the city because we do not have the grant funding. So you'll see the revenue down and you'll see a similar expense down too. So that's where we're at with revenues, and you can compare side by side. And then also I want to note, you can kind of see the composition of, sort of the budget. So for instance, the property tax is 64.56% of the total revenues. And so it's just helpful to see proportionally, what you're dealing with each of the revenue streams. And so what we really want to do with this presentation is we hope that it's a reference document. So as you're making decisions, you can kind of get your head around how things are structured. So then just moving on to the expense side. And so this is by function. And so another way to think about that would be by department or like area. So like City Hall, for example, is its own like area, but mostly you can kind of see how this tracks to departments. And so the ones that I think you'll probably be interested in, I'm going to highlight. And then I just want to note here that what we're thinking for next week's budget workshop is to have the larger departments come in and talk about their budgets. Just because I think that would be a good use of time. And it's also a point of interest for where, the public has said that they want to invest, which is in public safety. So for instance, the city manager's office, you're seeing it up here, and that includes the administrative assistant or executive assistant position back in the budget. And so we'll have more detail in the presentation that shows what positions are in, what are out, what's out, what was asked for. Then the other piece that I wanted to highlight here as sort of just going down the line is the police operations. That also includes the restoration of a position. So it looks pretty high, but that's what that is. It's the 17th officer, just adding that back in. And then you can see that you've got the other one that I wanted to highlight was the Community Justice Center. So we just talked about CJC. So you can see the corresponding down in the expense side. For that. And then fire and EMS, there's a relatively modest comparatively increase to their budget because that is a net of overtime. So what we are proposing is that we add a position to help reduce the overtime load in the fire department. There will be, I keep saying in a future slides, I just want to make sure you know that things are coming as you have questions. But, what we did, so while we're proposing one position, there was a request for more positions than that. And so just to take a step back for a minute, the gap that we had to consider on the leadership team was really more like 2.3 million rather than the 1.3 that you're seeing. Because we brought it down and actually brought things more into focus. That the fire department, just using them as an example, the request was for 5 positions, and that was sort of in alignment with the staffing assessment. And so what we're trying to do is kind of feather it in, not all at once. And so that's kind of the idea, is to kind of, get the benefit and also to support the need, but not overload, to start. So just moving on down the line here. And if I'm talking too fast, because I'm kind of a fast talker, I hope this is a good speed. Okay, cool. So just moving on to the expenses continued, the one that I would note here is DPW. And so you can see the up here, and that does include the restoration of a streets position. It also includes, things like salt, for example. And so the salt line item in the budget is $250,000, and there's a $30,000 up because we need it. So there's those sorts of things that are in the budget that we worked really hard. Sarah has worked very hard to align the budget with actual need. And so that has been sort of a pressure point, but we also want to be realistic about what we're putting forward. So you can see down here on the bottom line, the comparison. So in 26, we had 18.9 million. And then what we're proposing in the city manager's budget is 21.1 or so. And so the total overall budget is up, 2.2 million. But with the other revenues in there, it's not the full load, so good. So just moving on, so this slide here is helpful just because it kind of gives you a sense of what the transfers are and where they're going. And so these are specific departments that get transfers. So, and you'll see the increase or decrease there. And so senior center and cemetery recreation level fund, Parks has an up, and the cemetery operations also has an up, but we can get into the details there at another point. But just wanted to highlight that for you. Also, as I'm orienting you to kind of some of this stuff, you'll notice that the account codes are in here. And so that's helpful because if you look at your budget detail, you can track to the account code, and we can pull any of those lines and provide you with trend. So I just want to note that because there's a lot of information that's available, and we're happy to provide it. But we also, do have the context within the budget lines too to look things up. Just want to make sure that you can kind of see that. Also here is the public arts fund. There is $5,000 proposed. In a future slide, you'll see that this is not what they asked for. So this is a modified appropriation. So we'll call that out specifically. The Housing Trust Fund is another one of those where we are investing $100,000, but really the ask was $250,000. So it's just really kind of everything. We tried our best to kind of capture, the need, but it's not a full need. And you also might opt to change that in your budget. So it's just, I'm calling these things out because they are decision points for you as you go forward. So then you have here the capital planning piece, and that just so you'll see this in future slides as we break down. We did a lot of work around this. There's a lot of investment because of the local options tax, but we're up to 3.5 million, which is awesome. It's an increase of just under $1 million in capital funding, and so a lot of that is projects. Some of it is equipment, and so that's that piece. And so the next slide, here's the 5-year plan, which is so awesome. Want to note that in any of the sort of elements of this plan, if you wanted to take a look at projects, which will be broken down in the next slide, you can also, for that budget year, extract what the paving is, for example, if you wanted to see that paving plan. And so we do have that for you. It's not called out here, but you can dive a little deeper. So you can kind of see the details that were presented, and this just gives you sort of the details and how this was constructed. And also here's this 1 cent on the tax rate generation, just so that you can see what that looks like. And so we also used a 2 cent increase method to go through this. And the other thing that I want to note and just bring you back to in your workshop presentations is the steady state piece. So to be completely steady state in the capital pieces, not including debt service, would be about $3.1 million. Paving is 1.2 million. In this budget, we're just there, and we're just there with the sidewalks. The other things we're still working on, but our current is about 2.45 between those two things. And so I just, we're getting there. We're making some really significant progress with the investments and the way that this is constructed. And so by fiscal year 31, we'll be completely steady state with all categories. So just to refresh your memory on the categories, so paving is 1.2 million as a steady state. Sidewalks is 100,000. Stormwater is 400,000. Bridges is 100,000. Buildings is 375,000, and then equipment is 925,000. And just, the steady state, it just really means is providing adequate funding to get sort of to the good working condition piece. And so we're trying to really move that along. So here's the slide that really shows what's in 27. So the Waverly Place stairs is in here. Just wanted to highlight that for you because that's, something that we've been working on. The pool resurfacing is in here. That's kind of a big deal because that's getting a little scratchy and is in need of some repair. So we've got some items for parks here. And then you can see this street paving budget. So it's just shy of that 1.2. We also have the detail below that. So if you wanted to see which streets exactly are in that number, and this is consistent with what the capital committee worked on.
Kelly, this may be too detailed, but the tree wells is that the wells that are going on to East State Street, or is that other tree wells? And this is this
question I would have.
The Stockholm system.
So
Okay.
we'll get the detail for you.
Great.
That is an excellent question, Zinger.
I'm pretty sure that this is replacing three wells downtown, say downtown.
Great, yeah, because this is thing that I've paid a lot of attention to because my son was a city arborist and moved us to the Swedish model or Stockholm model for tree wells. Yep.
Yeah, we'll provide you an answer on that for sure. So we tried to spread it around a little bit in terms of like what is funded in here across all of the cost centers of the city. And so the other piece here is you've got the equipment, so you can kind of see where those investments are and what the total is. So just kind of moving along. So I'm just gonna kind of breeze through these departmental budgets, but so in parks, there is some general funding that they also have for the tree side of things. But if you look at this will show you that their budget is 420,000 in fiscal 27. So just a high level to give you kind of a sense of, what that looks like. And then just moving on to the recreation budget. So they're 868,000 or so, and just kind of cruise right through. We can get additional detail, and these are provided in your packet, so you can actually see the line item detail and sort of the different functions there too. Senior center budget, so this is 702,000, and so again, the detail is in your email and will be posted online. But you did also see this as a transfer from the general fund. So it's not total budget; it's just a transfer, but you can see that in the previous slide. The cemetery budget is 304,000 or so, and it's just a summary here. But again, you can see the detail in your packets. So positions. So we, based on the staffing assessment and where we've been, we really did take a critical look at positions. And we do have some asks that are in the budget, in the manager's budget, that is. And so they are, and this is kind of an order that we would put them in for priority for you to consider if you were to fund some, but not all. So the planning department would be moving the zoning administrator to a full FTE. Right now it's a 0.8. So that's that piece. The police department, this would be the restoration to the 17th officer. So that's that one. DPW is a restoration to streets, which we just really need. Those guys work so hard. And then the fire department, we've seen that we really need that level of service to have adequate shift coverage and to work on the overtime piece. They're working on it. And if we can just give them a little bit of support, with another person, that would be really great. And then the city manager's office, we have been, through a lot of transition, and we have gone 6 months without this position, and it has been difficult to get all the things done. And we're, still in transition. And so we're proposing that position be restored, realizing that, the next manager, will need to work with that, but hopefully that would be good for them as well. And so just kind of looking at the budget composition overall, I'll also note that we will have an FTE count for you, so you can kind of look at all the positions across the city. But right now, the total existing FTEs is 111 positions. You recall that in the staffing assessment, there was 113. The delta there is the CJC positions. Just want to call that out for you, just in case if you had that question. Because we definitely did the sleuthing to just, tick and tie. And then you've got the addition, and it's noted here too. So if you wanted to, don't worry, we put it in the presentation too for future reference if you need it. And then down at the bottom here, we've got the 115 positions total if you put these positions in. Like that's what the all-in would be. And you can also see the total amount for, you know, the new or restored request. It's just shy of 500,000. So then decision points. So I imagine that there probably will be, as you start to get into the deliberations, some decision points. So this is from an operational perspective, what's in. And so just to kind of highlight, I'm not going to go through all of them. You can kind of take a look at your leisure, and we're happy to, you know, provide any additional detail if needed. But there is some funding in here for transparency. So we're still using Zen City. And so we wanted to call that out specifically because it is really helpful. It's what we do our surveying off of. It's what we can build sort of, you know, project-based dashboards off of. There is more there to leverage if we have staff capacity, but I want to note that that's still there. There's election security in this list. There's also some contract and software updates for the assessor's office. Just, I'm going to cruising on down the line here. In the police department, there is online dashboard, tasers, and building maintenance. And then for fire, there's a wellness contract, and that wellness contract is for mental health. And so it mimics what the police department has. And, you know, as first responders, I think it's really critical to make sure that we can offer that. And so that was something that came up this year. Chief Libby has done a really nice job of taking a look at, you know, the department as a whole and, you know, putting in what's needed within those budgets. And you'll kind of see that in the sort of operational pieces here. So you'll see that in gear and equipment, and then also in billing. And then for streets, you see operating supplies, you get the salt, which I just want to call out because that one is an expensive one. But then you've got also some deferred maintenance, and then just some utility work. So the other piece that I just wanted to highlight here, and this is these are the strategic plan elements that are funded within the budget, and just to put into context the construct. So back on the capital planning slide, we had sort of the amount that we ended up putting forward for CIP. And so a portion of that $932,000, and it's all connected. So hang with me here for a minute, just so that there's 670,000 in CIP that would be LOT generated. And so then these strategic plan items are the other part of that to get to the million. And so as we were thinking about how we were using that money, that's the construct that we came up with that we thought would be good in terms of providing investments. That may not be what you ultimately would like to do. However, that's, you know, sort of how we kind of got there. We can talk more about that. But anyway, housing trust funds, so we've got $100,000 in there. There's $50,000 for economic development. And then there's a downtown improvement reserve of $100,000 or 10% of lot funding. So we just wanted to note that, highlight it for you, and just, you know, give you sort of a sense of what the construct might be. It's just sort of how we were thinking of it, just so we can kind of identify and assign those dollars. But, you know, it's also the way the revenues come in, it's all, you know, lumped together, not necessarily directly assigned. Okay. So then decision points, what's not included. So we talked about that larger gap. And so you can kind of see here, we've got the, you know, 883,000 or so. And this is kind of what departments asked for that we did not put in, or what we had requests for that we did not put in. So we thought these were really critical to highlight so that, you know, as you're thinking about, you know, what you want in the budget, if some of these items you might want to, and you've got a number for it. So we mentioned a little bit about the fire FTEs. So there's 4 positions here that we did not add in. That would be in addition to, we did have 1. So this is the other 4. There's some equipment. So there's gear turnout. Is that the right phrase, Jean? Good. Got it? Yep, check. And then we've got some equipment here that, you know, is not in right now, but really, you know, we should fund at some point. And then DPW, you can see where, you know, there's some small tools and then some operations, you know, so we did increase the salt budget by 30,000, but if we were really looking at the, you know, inflationary pressures on that particular material, it might be 60. So like it's a little bit of a gamble what we've got in, and we're, you know, fingers crossed, but we feel is realistic. Also not in here is roadside mowing, which is something that comes up every so often. Just want to highlight that. And then a traffic cabinet.
What's that?
Traffic. And so, Kurt, do you want to speak to that a little bit?
So the traffic cabinet refers to the controls that basically run the stoplights in town. So there's one at every major intersection. This one in particular was going to fund the Granite Street intersection, which is the oldest traffic cabinet. And really what we should be putting in is a transfer switch so that we can run generators in the times of long outages. We don't really have enough police staff to control intersections like that. So we just wanted, it was all part of steady state, replacing really old infrastructure, something more reliable and more modern that we can rely on.
So is that what goes wrong when we have something like the state main intersection going out?
Yes, we do have an issue there. We have a contractor. We actually had a contractor come in and try to work on it, but then it started working again. So they're very finicky, very specialized work. But hopefully that one will get fixed here tonight.
Great, thanks. Yeah, not being at all negative, just it's one of those things that is noticeable.
And so we've got some items here too, for parks that are just, not in, some tree jobs that, just aren't funded and the Complete Streets Committee requested in here too, that we just weren't able to kind of put in, but you might want to consider, and you might want some more detail on, as you work through the process. And so there's some professional services for technology that's not in here. Public arts, so the request was for 20, we funded 5, so there's a reduction in 15. There's 15,000 that they requested that we didn't fund. Homelessness support, so we have $10,000 in the budget for homelessness cleanup, but that's also another area that you might want to provide more funding for. And so right now we're just based on sort of what we know our expenses to be. There aren't recommendations on the table, however there could be. So just want to highlight that one. And then the housing trust fund, so right now we have $100,000 in, it would be 250 if we brought it back up to the steady state funding within that fund. And then economic development, we sliced it in half, so it's $50,000 in this budget, but you could also work to get that back up in future years. So I'm going to pause there for a minute because the next slides are going to kind of get into what the level fund scenario looks like. And so what I'm hoping for is that this gives you kind of like a range and a spectrum, to kind of think about as you're working through the budget. Yes.
Oh, awesome.
So that 50,000 for tree wells is to replace one dead tree with 2 at Main in front of Mad Taco, and replace 2 dead trees with 3 in front of City Center, and upgrade sites to downtown master plan specs.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. So level fund. So as I sort of started off, we wanted to provide you with a couple of scenarios. I know that you've asked for that in the past, and we wanted to make sure that you had that this time around, knowing that it was going to be tricky. Also knowing that, within sort of the conversation is this, very real affordability and wanting to be sort of within a CPI range. CPI currently is 3.3%. This construct would bring that in below that. At 2.46%. But it also is kind of heavy duty in that, like, it doesn't fund a lot of other things. What it does do is it invests in infrastructure, but that's about it. And it also provides for staff COLAs. It does not restore positions. It does not advance some of the strategic plan initiatives, but it is a lean and mean budget. And it would leave kind of some implications that the operational reductions would have to be absorbed in some fashion. So there would be additional work around that. And so that just would mean that we would be looking at, service levels to see, where we might reduce. And we are just, I'm going to say this and I'll say a little bit more in my manager's report, but we are at a point where, we are going to have to reduce, we can't keep going in a sustainable way in the way that we have been with programming. So this budget though is, like I said, it's the lean and mean option. So just ahead too far. Maybe I did. Oh, that actually was just, you look at it in the lines. So there's not a lot of details in that one in here. But you can kind of see, what that would mean. Essentially is it's just that it is just the improvements for infrastructure. And so you take a look at the budget detail sheet that you have in the packet. And we can get you more information on that, but we wanted to let you know that it's an option. There's also more information provided in the letter that I also put in your packets. And maybe I'll just speak to that a little bit here. So that level fund scenario is for illustration only. But what it does mean is that personnel reductions from FY26 would not be restored. Service levels would decline across several departments. Deferred maintenance would continue to grow. Administrative and programmatic capacity would shrink, and program offerings in multiple service areas would be reduced or eliminated. So that's the stark reality. And we would actually start, if you did want to go with something like that, then we would identify what that would mean. Because to level fund is really a cut for departments when they're already really strapped. Again, we wanted to provide you with something like this so you could kind of see what that might look like, because you were going to ask us anyway, right? But knowing that you probably will likely come somewhere in between. So just moving on with the presentation, I'm happy to get into any of those details. Again, tonight it's a lot of information and I didn't want to overload you. So I hope we're doing okay. So this sheet here is just the municipal tax. This does not include education funding, but it gives you sort of a year over year of where we've been with municipal taxes. It also shows the impact on a tax bill. And so I think that that's particularly helpful, especially in having this conversation. We're dealing with some pretty large numbers relatively, and just really trying to get a sense of what that means for the average person when it hits their budget. Also want to note that there's a little bit of a difference in terms of the total property tax impact. So based on sort of the details provided here and what all goes into it, the actual impact based on the proposed manager's budget is 10.71%. And so it's slightly different than what you've heard in terms of the overall property tax, shift. And we can talk about that. There's a little bit of detail also in the manager's letter for you, but those are two different things. But you can kind of see it play out here. And this is part of our tax rate comparison sheet. So you'll see more of this. Also, these elements are included in the budget option worksheet as well, which I believe Sarah showcased for you in one of our workshops. And so we'll show you how it works too. But that will go live on the website, if not already, which I think it is already. So you'll be able to as well. So then we'll be able to kind of plug and play with some of these options. Anyway, just to the bottom line, what does this really mean? So if you were to take this, on a $350,000 house, so if you look down at the bottom here, we've provided the detail for you in terms of impact on the value of your home. And so just breaking it down in terms of a monthly increase on this budget, it would be $30.55 for all municipal services. So we just want to highlight that. That's still, that's still money out of somebody's budget that, they wouldn't have to pay otherwise, but it's $30 for this budget. Just want to highlight that. And we can provide that level of analysis for you at any time in terms of where you end up.
And 350 is the median assessment.
Well, so really, yeah, one more slide. Thank you, Sarah. So here is, I was trying to keep that up because to keep ahead of myself. I think there's so much good information in here. And you can kind of tell that Sarah's hands are all over this budget presentation. So you can see here, this is the breakdown of the municipal tax bill on the average residence. So $370,000, you get the tax bill, you get the increase, and you get the monthly increase here. And you can kind of see where that all breaks down to what that tax bill goes to fund.
But so average, not median.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Correct. Yeah. So I'm just going to scoot right along here, but these slides will be available to you. And I hope that you will use them as a reference just to, help, frame things. And so there is proposed bonding, $8 million for water sewer. So the top four is worth $3 million. And those are all associated with sewer projects. So the pump station, the siphon lining, Berlin Hill sewer line, and then the Clarendon, it's all kind of self-explanatory. They're all, you know, so you can kind of see it there. And then the bottom three are all water, and that's about 5 million. So what's next? Some work, roll up our sleeves here. So next week we will be providing you with the budget book. And so that will look different than that has looked in years past. So right now in your inboxes, you have the meat of the budget. Those budget lines are really, you know, that is, you know, what it is. And you get the presentation and the letter that just summarizes things, but we will be providing you with a budget book, which will provide a narrative and org charts for each department so that you can kind of, you know, get some more information there. And maybe a few charts. We are limited. We do not have the budgeting software that we had last year at this time. And so we are building that all ourselves with what we have. So just want to temper expectations a little bit there, but I still think that it'll be a good product for you to be able to review and provide adequate information. It's just not as visual as it has been in years past. And so that'll be available next week. Hopefully, just maybe in a similar sort of time frame. Our goal is to kind of get that to you before we break, and you sort of head out for the holidays and then come back in January and are ready to kind of really, you know, talk through some more things. So then we've got the just the timeline here. So December 17th, we'll do a workshop. Large departments, which I mentioned earlier, will come in. So we'll probably have a PD, fire, DPW, and then if there are any other specific questions that you have, we'll work to answer those. Or if there are things that you would like us to pull for you, we'll do that too. Then we'll have a budget worksheet on January 7th. There will be the first public hearing. So typically we'll do two, and we'll do two along with the bond as well. And so that first one would be January 14th. The second one would be January 21st. And then town meeting day is March 3rd. And then this budget would go into effect on July 1st. And so the other thing that I just want to know is that, you know, we, Sarah will see you through this budget. But then, you know, after January 21st, that will be it for her with this budget. And so what we've tried to do is provide you with really good documentation to start so that you can make decisions. And so I will be here next week. And then after that, Sarah will be available at these other meetings to kind of see you through. I think we've got good information here and good options to consider. So with that, that's what I've got for a presentation. And I also want to say that, you know, putting this together, it was nice to do because it's, you know, it's a lot of, you know, what we do. And so this is really to Sarah's credit, you know, it showcases all the information that's available there in our minds, and we're happy to talk about it at any point, but it should at least, we're hoping, provide you with a level of detail to be able to make decisions or to be able to plug and play and pull things in and out based on what you'd like to see in the budget. So with that, any questions?
Now let's just vote it. Anybody, council members? This is a lot. This is a great amount of information. I think it's a great way to present the information. I think that we will all be able to work through this and understand what we're talking about here as we consider all these decisions. So I really appreciate all the work that you and Sarah have done to get us to where we are.
Yeah. Oh, and
Jim.
Did you want to show the calculator? So we can also show you the calculator if you haven't had enough of us already.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see that. I think
Okay,
that
I'm gonna have Sarah just point that out for you. Well, you maybe touch base on that. And this is what's available online just to show you how you can kind of plug and play. And it is a lot to kind of take in. And so we wanted to make sure we're hitting you with all kinds of information tonight. So just to absorb, and, you know, we're available for questions. Sorry, bear with me. Almost there. And as much as this is Sarah's, I also want to recognize Todd Preventer, who's also behind the scenes on this stuff too, and really, you know, crunching numbers and, you know, provides a level of detail that, we can kind of cruise through things pretty quickly. Um,
And for those of you who don't remember, Todd was a previous finance director, so we've got 3 finance directors working on this one.
So I guess I can't show it to you because Excel's not loaded on this new machine. But it's the same construct as it has been in the past years. I've locked all of the cells, so you can't mess up the worksheet. You can only enter in notes for yourself and then the amounts you want to see in there. And it'll show you exactly how it impacts the tax rate and what it would do to whatever residential value home rate that you have also plugged in below. And so it's super easy to use, but if you have questions, I'm happy to help. But I tried to help build this presentation in a way where all of the different numbers you could possibly want to plug and play with are in there. And if you all decide that you'd rather work from the 2.46 up instead of the 11 down, I can adjust this spreadsheet as well, but I wanted to start with the city manager version. Sorry.
Thanks, Sarah. Jim.
Sarah, it's a little confusing to me. Can you tell me if you take the service manager's service budget and also add all the articles that are going to be on the budget, like the library and things like that, that total package, how many cents is that on the dollar? All of them added together.
I don't know all of them added together at this moment, but I know that in addition to ours, the only other up in right now was related to the library, and it was about a 2% up on that one, which was from a dollar perspective on their budget. I think it was about 12,500 increase on that budget.
Okay, so that chart you had with the house prices then doesn't necessarily reflect all the increase they're going to get if everything's voted in.
That's correct. That chart reflects just the municipal portion of the budget, not the others. But in the options worksheet, it has education tax, but at the prior year's rate because they have not announced their increase. So I did speak to their finance director, and their spend is up in the 2.2 range as well, very equitable to ours.
Actually, what I was thinking of is, does it reflect, I'm not thinking of the education. I'm going to have a listening session on Saturday. So I want to know if everything was voted in minus the school budget.
That's what's in the budget. That's what's in the budget options worksheet, is everything but the school.
Okay. So that chart with the houses and what they would pay, that's pretty accurate even if libraries voted in.
I would use the spreadsheet that's available online. Tomorrow I'll make sure all of the packets get up there. And I'll also email this presentation along with that worksheet to all of council so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council members at this point? Carrie.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for this presentation. I really appreciate having the 2 different scenarios to look at, and you've done a great job with kind of illustrating what the decision points for us might be and how I really like the way it's laid out. And I think it's going to make it so much easier for us to make decisions based on our priorities and our strategic plan and the city plan rather than just math problems.
Helen.
Yeah, I want to thank Sarah and Kelly and all the people like city staff work on this budget. I think this one is the best one I've attended so far because it is very clear and easy to understand. So I really appreciate the work you put it on, and I like the 2 different options, alternatives, because it really makes me understand the difference, and also I think it will make other people like residents understand how they can decide because they can see the 2 different alternatives or scenarios. So thank you.
Ben, were you just starting to say something?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's appropriate now, but I'm curious about the page that just showed like the, economic development 2000, right? Like, what does that look like? You know what I mean? Is it just that we're allocating 50,000 for that and then we'll figure it out later, or are there programs or ideas that have already been?
So we put the investment in. I don't know if there are programs at this point. I don't know if maybe the economic development subcommittee might have had things. One of the things that was on the table is maybe relooking at the economic development plan with the ESD. I don't remember. So that could be a potential option. And so like we would come back to you to spend that appropriation appropriately based on, guidance. And I know that the report from the economic development subcommittee is out there. And I think that would probably be a discussion with the next manager.
It's early times and I'll open it up to public comment if there are any. Recognizing this is new to most people, everybody in fact. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. We're up to item 11, council values and group norms. Who wants to start this one off?
So I'm happy to just generally start, if you'd like.
Sure.
So just in the packet, what we put up is, what we agree to year over year. I know that we've had some tricky meetings lately, and I think it's just a good reminder. And just to, make sure that we're kind of all on the same page in agreement with those items, and just to really focus on, I think, the civility and meeting people where they are. And so I just wanted to take a moment to make sure that those were in the packet, just to kind of reaffirm, is that still where we're at? My assumption is yes, but I think it's worth kind of, looking at those documents and making sure.
And Carrie, you might have something to add because you said there's some.
I did, yes. VLCT has model all kinds of things. But one of the things they have is a model pledge for members of a public body to take about rules of conduct. And so the way it's structured is you're agreeing as an individual person, you're looking at this list of things and you're saying, yes, I agree to do that. Yes, I agree to do that. And then sign it and date it and do it every year. So, and I really like that approach because it makes it much more personal and direct, and saying not just, okay, I'll agree to this list of things, but each one of them, I'm gonna say, yes, I'll do that. And they're also very, they're a lot more concrete, I think, and tangible than the ones that we have. It's like easier to see what does this actually mean. So I like that approach a lot. I would love us to talk about kind of, taking a different way, doing it that way, or something like that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think it can be done in a number of ways, and this is for anyone who's watching at home. This is what we got from Carrie. Here is the model pledge, and I'll just read it out to people to hear. As a member of the City Council, I pledge to act fairly, objectively, and in the public interest in all matters that come before the body. Treat my fellow members and all who come before us with kindness, respect, and dignity, even when we disagree. Manage my conflict of interest according to our governing policy to preserve public confidence in the body, decisions, and actions. Remember that the authority of the council is vested in the public body and not in any individual member. respect the independence of other elected town officers, and work cooperatively with them in the best interest of the town. Encourage transparency in our town government operations to the practical extent possible. Set a tone and culture for civic engagement in local government. Remember that my behavior as an individual member impacts the reputation of the entire council as well as that of the community we serve. Uphold my oath to faithfully execute the duties of my office to the best of my judgment and abilities according to the law. I like that. Yeah. Council members, what do you think about adopting this and putting in Montpelier and stuff like that, and then signing and posting it?
I'd be happy to do that. I think it's a good idea. I think chance to kind of reaffirm certain piece. I'd be happy to do that. I think it's important. I mean, I really appreciate those items. I think it's a chance to reaffirm our commitment. And I think I just put it like within the context of service, right? Of like what we're actually here to do is to serve the city. And I think when we violate our group norms or don't follow the rules of decorum in our meetings, we're doing a disservice to the city because we're enabling a toxic environment that we've talked about in the last couple of weeks, and I don't know necessarily the conversations that everybody's having with their constituents right now, but what I hear repeatedly is council meetings are toxic. And I don't want to go to council meetings. I don't want to run for city council. I don't want to participate in civic life with that level of toxicity. I think serving on council should be a privilege, not an example of like martyrdom, right? And I also think that just to be really frank, we're in a dangerous place in our city when we've lost this level of senior staff and are losing. They all have their own individual reasons and it's their story to tell. But I think it's highly likely that some of the toxicity that we see in our public meetings is contributing to people leaving. And if we were to have another catastrophic event right now with a loss of senior leadership, we'd be in a very difficult place. So I think it's incumbent upon us as city council members to recommit to fostering a culture of civility, because it's dangerous not to.
Peter, I see you have your hand up. I want to see if any other council members want to have anything to say first. Adrian.
Well, let's say it's best practice in a lot of the organizations I've worked at, and I don't know, but I say every day is you cannot manage what you cannot see. And so visually having like a poster of our norms up on the wall so that you can visually see them. Because thank you, Carrie, for putting this in the packet. I think I spent a ridiculous amount of time at one point trying to go through my thousands of emails, trying to find that one email of what our norms was. And it really frustrated me because I'm like, I'm spending my valuable time looking for these norms that I want to be reminded of. And I think we should have them in front of us at every single meeting. And they could just be put up on the wall. And I think that's what I would like to do, because to see it, to walk in, to read it is a reminder of something of how we've agreed to behave with each other and with the public, and the public, interacts with us. I would like to do that in addition to adopting that.
One of these days we'll be back in the council chambers and
We could carry it around with us.
Yep. Peter.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about this. I would like to, I guess, make a point and maybe ask a question. I heard quite a bit of talk about the norms being about behavior at meetings. But to me, norms include everything about the council, including what goes on between meetings. And I think that all of the things that go on at the meeting should also be reflected between meetings. And it's very, it's easy to see when someone behaves badly in public. It's not that easy to see when someone behaves badly behind the scenes. And I think you need to make a commitment to both of these things. I think part of the disillusionment that Ben was referring to is not simply the toxic environment at the meetings. It's a toxic environment in our entire culture in this country right now. And it trickles down. And a lot takes place on social media, particularly, but it takes place between meetings. And I think we really have to think about that. We have to think about whether we are treating each other kindly and appropriately at all times. So it kind of rubs me a little bit the wrong way to hear this just being referred to behavior at meetings. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter. I know that part of this conversation also, Carrie, you sent us a draft of meeting rules of procedure. I think that probably takes more discussion to put that next to our current rules of procedure and figure out where we want to go with it. I don't think we can do that tonight. Unless you want to proceed in that way.
No, I think you're probably right about that. But what struck me looking at the materials that we got tonight is we have two different documents that are kind of redundant in some ways, but not. And I'm not really sure exactly where they live or when they were last updated. So I think it would be great to just kind of look at that all over again, make sure we have one document that's our rules of procedure and that addresses, it's kind of mixes it in a little bit with our next item. That's the next one, that public comment. We're talking about how everybody is behaving at meetings. And can I just follow up on something that Mr. Kelman said, which I completely agree with that sentiment, that it's not just about how we act in meetings. And one of the things I like about this model document from VLCT is that it's not just talking about meetings. It's overall, this is how I'm going to conduct myself as a member of this public body. So I think that's a very important point, and I appreciate it being brought up.
Adrian.
I'll throw out an offer. You can take it or reject it, but do you want to, we can work on these together as our little group. Anyone else is more than welcome to join, and we can bring it back to the council. Because there's a lot of different things in here. I think we can combine them, clean it up, bring it to the 2025 year, and bring it back as one rule of conduct.
I think that's a great idea.
Wonderful. Okay.
And the other thing that I'll throw out as part of this is that we also received a request to set a council retreat to talk about some of this stuff. It's not happening before January, obviously, but it's also not being forgotten. So go ahead, Ben.
Well, no, so is there an action here? I mean, I really appreciate you guys are going to go and work on the rules of procedure. That's fantastic. Is the decision to sign an oath just an individual thing that we do and come back the next meeting and be like, I signed this? Or is this something that, I just don't want to kind of let it drop?
I would encourage someone to make a motion to adopt this pledge, and then we put it together with the name of the city, Montpelier City Council and stuff like that, and then we would adopt it and sign it, physically sign it.
So adopt that pledge as a council and then individually make the decision to sign it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would move that we adopt that model pledge from VLCT, modified for Montpelier, adopt it as the city council pledge, and then we can choose to sign it.
I will second.
Okay, any more discussion, or are we ready to vote? Jim?
I would like to see actually some staff included in this because, staff has played a role in some of this toxicity. I mean, the very first time I had to deal with Mike Miller was about a lie with me in a meeting. And, if we're just going to have the council do this, there's staff infractions too. And so are we just going to allow them to do whatever they want? On Thanksgiving weekend, I tried calling for an individual on an emergency, and I was put on busy signal every time by a staff person who was supposed to be the one that made a decision. So if we're not going to include staff, I don't see the point of this.
Well, I appreciate that, Jim. I think I would say that management of staff is the city manager's responsibility, right? That we set the direction of the city and manage the city manager. And if there are staff that are not performing to expectation, that is something that, I think certainly a city council member could mention that to the city manager, but it's the city manager's responsibility to follow up on that. So I think if the city manager chooses to have some kind of agreement with the staff around staff norms that they want to sign, I think that could be a management technique by the city manager, but I don't think it's necessary for us to sign a similar agreement as staff.
Any public comments from people in the room? Steve?
It seems that there's a couple of even cross purposes going on here. One is to try to rein in people like me. One is to try to rein in people like Jim. Congress has its own system for, sanctioning behavior, and that might be what you're attempting to do, but without penalties, it's kind of like our ordinance that you can't sleep on public property. It's meaningless. You can't arrest them for it. You can't, all you could do is intimidate. And maybe that's your intent, but when you're starting to try to regulate what the public can say in their behavior, that's a different kettle of fish. I think one little quote here from statute: officers of government are trustees and servants of the people, and it is in the public interest to enable any person to review and criticize their decisions, even though such examination may cause inconvenience or embarrassment. That's the law here in Vermont. And I can see people trying to I'm uncomfortable, I don't want to be criticized. It's like, well, look at it from my point of view. I've been coming here for year after year after year, bringing public safety emergencies, moral and abuses by your staff and your police department, and y'all do nothing about it. You're just like, well, not even worth talking about, not putting on an agenda. You'll impose punitive public records fees and punitive parking, ordinances without a hearing. I mean, unconstitutional stuff, and it passes muster in this body. So why wouldn't you think people are going to get irate and be more pointed in their criticism? Because we're going to change it if it means turning over the tables. We are not going to, as citizens, we're not going to allow a corrupt council to continue that kind of injustice. So you can't regulate that kind of public speech. That's First Amendment protected speech. And I know it's tempting to try, but you won't win. So I see two different things here. One, you want to agree or contract, but there's no penalty if you break the contract. If one of your counselors breaks the contract for what the behavior is, you could say you be quiet and sit in the corner for 2 meetings or something, but it probably violates their rights as an elected member of the council. So.
Thanks, Steve. So we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote? If so, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 12, public comment and agenda management. And I've told a number of people that I don't think we're making a decision on this or taking action on this today, but I think it's time to, it's opening the conversation, and Ben, you can start us off, I think.
Okay,
Well, because
no, this is definitely something I requested, and I will say thank you for including my email, which was unexpected, but I appreciate that it's there. Yeah, this is just something that I've been thinking about, similar to the conversation we just had about the nature of our meetings. And, frankly, I think when we're dealing with human beings and challenging issues, we need to rely on systems and structures to make the stuff happen. And I think what we're seeing right now in our city is that the current systems aren't working. And I think we need to, again, what I hear from people is a lack of interest in they're interested in Montpelier civic life, and they're unwilling to participate in it in a meaningful way because the meetings are so toxic and are unmanageable. That they're very long. We don't necessarily follow our rules of procedure, and that we have this, frankly, a small number of voices that comment repeatedly. And so what I would really like to see is more robust participation from the public in the issues that matter, and including the opportunity to criticize us when they disagree. And I think by providing predictability, that allows it to happen. I mean, if we had followed the rules of procedure, Sandy would be speaking maybe in 5 minutes, right? 3.5 hours later, So either we follow the rules of procedure or we don't. But I think it's really important for voices like Sandy's to be heard. And I would assume that should happen. I think it's better for our public dialogue if it happens kind of up front. And I also think, the public expects the opportunity to comment, to observe and comment on the work of the council. But our work is to do the work of the city, right? And to solicit input continually throughout the day or weeks and months, and use that and come in here and be able to have robust conversations among ourselves. Certainly take comment, input, criticism, all of that, but it's, I feel, become unwieldy enough that it's making it difficult to do the work of the city. And again, I think is contributing to, people can tell their own stories, but I think it's contributing to low staff morale, which at this point is putting our city at risk. That's what I would say.
Thanks, Ben. Adrian.
Thank you, Ben, for putting this on the agenda. I've got tons of great emails today. I've really enjoyed listening to people's thoughts about this opportunity. And I think it's within our purview to make these changes for public comment. I mean, we have examples that were in the packet that other cities have done this. And, as we talk through this, I know we're not making a decision tonight, but I think it would be interesting for us to think about what is the ultimate goal, right? So is the ultimate goal of potentially having public comment in the beginning, is our goal to have more public engagement? So if, right, this is like an if-then statement, if we do change this and have public engagement and comments at the beginning of each agenda, then does it result in more public engagement? So I think this would be an interesting pilot, like a little bit of a study. And I would like to explore this and have very clear metrics, because I don't want to just do something like this and not determine if it's been successful. Did we fail? Like, what were the behavior changes? Did we get more public engagement? If so, like, what does that mean? I think this would be an interesting, I think it's a safe, like, contained, like, test that we could do. And I want to be very thoughtful and strategic of having measures for us to determine if this is actually going to help us achieve that goal. and then have some like feedback loops, right? Like with the public, I'd like to get some, not to go crazy on like a college thesis study here of like data analysis, but I think this could potentially have a pretty big impact, and I would like to hear from the public. You know, does this work? Does this not work? How can we continuously improve this? Because we're doing it for our constituents, right? Like that's the ultimate goal, is to get more public engagement, which we know we don't have. And so is this the tool? And I think the other, it's multi-pronged, right? So when we all have a culture of kindness and open communication, you know, we share that with our public. I talked to many people today. It's like, I want to lead with kindness. I want to be empathetic. Like I want to all work together. Hopefully that will open the door to bring in more people. So I think it's like a multi-pronged strategy to continue to engage our community. And I think this is one strategy that we can really test. So I like it, and I think we can continue to think about what those measures will be.
Thanks, Adrian. Pelin.
Thank you, Ben, starting the conversation. Like Adrian was saying, me personally and Sel and I, together, we receive lots of emails supporting the change. So we can decide why, how, and what the change is, right? How we will do it, why are we doing it? And when we talk about change, what kind of change we want to produce. So if we can talk these things in the future time to decide what to do, I really want to see public engagement in the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting. So we can decide how much time we want to share with the public to talk about their ideas. But in my mind, like hearing them before we start doing our business based on the agenda and after we finish. So I think it will be nice to hear different perspectives. But again, we can decide what to do. We can decide how much time we want to give to public. And again, thank you for this conversation. I think it will be really beneficial for all of us. Thanks.
Thanks, Pelin. Any other council members? Carrie.
Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about this, and I don't know what the perfect solution is. I think that this is something that every municipality, every public body wrestles with, and I think the law kind of tries to contemplate that actually, that the public has an interest in transparency and in input and in being able to share their opinions, and we have an interest in being able to get the work of the city done. And this is the only time that we have to do it, these meetings. And so we need to be thinking about, we need to make sure we do well with that time, while also having public engagement and public participation. So I don't know if we're going to get it exactly right all the time, but I think this is a good thing to try. I think this is a good change to try for a while, see how it goes, see what the impact actually is, and then reassess.
Yeah, one of the things I've over the years, you know, the 7 or 8 years or whatever it is that I've been here, I've always thought the way we've done it has been good, because we sometimes get people who are particularly knowledgeable about a topic on the agenda to come and talk with us on that agenda item when we're discussing it. But I'm also hearing from people in my email and outside of council meetings saying to me, well, how can you stand going through these meetings week after week and having it drag on for so long, being insulted every week, and so I'm struck that although we've had a few negative comments about this, the great majority of the emails that I've received just within a few days has been has been very positive. So I think we'll have this discussion again, and I hope we get a good amount of public input on it so we can move forward.
I would suggest that we put that opportunity for public input at the beginning of the meeting so that we can actually get it.
Yeah.
I have nothing else to do in my life. I will offer myself to maybe Ben and I can work. I think I have all these questions in my head in terms of like data points and like measurements. That's how my brain works. So maybe we can like build like a structure of like, how can we measure this very simply, like nothing crazy, but I really want to determine if it's going to work. And then maybe a way to like loop in the public to get their opinion, like a little mini outreach, kind of like maybe a mini survey or something. But I can see it. I can see all these things in my head. So maybe we can talk and I can get them down and we can put in a structure and then propose this also to the council of like, here's a plan.
I love that idea, right? And if we test it for 6 months and we have a way in which we're actually testing it, I think that would be really valuable.
Okay.
You and Ben can talk about it while he's over helping you fix your stove.
Yeah.
So.
I'm basically in favor of this, as Pellin said.
You're frozen.
I got overwhelming support for the. How am I now? Okay.
We missed some of what you said, so why don't you
I was
start?
just saying that Pellin and I received overwhelming support for this this idea from the folks we heard from. I think it's just, the example that Ben just gave tonight about Sandy's testimony. She'd be waiting to talk three hours or more. Not everybody can afford to do that. I think it requires us to listen in a different way. If we need to have a system where, an individual system. I don't know that a group system exists, but I think I'm getting a message that my internet's unstable. So
it is
going.
Yeah, and we heard you say we need to learn how to listen in a different way.
Now, but I think we need to pay attention to it. All right, I'll take my video away, and maybe that'll make sure that we can recall what we heard 3 hours ago from a particular speaker when the topic they spoke on comes up. I also think that while a sort of general comment by a resident is we very rarely, in my memory, query that resident at any length at all about what about their comments. But we often have a presentation. For example, DPW may do a presentation on a let's say East State Street, where there's lots and lots of back and forth. And there are explanations that come up. We have something in the packet, but it needs clarification in person. And I think we might lose something on those particular occasions. And I don't know exactly how to deal with it. Certainly there's a value to allowing comments and questions at the time the agenda item is taken up. And so we're going to have to work out that issue, but I don't think it's a reason not to treat this as a pilot and see how it works.
Thanks, Sal. We're not taking action on this tonight, but if there's any public comment, I'll take public comment. Steve.
So, Steve Whitaker again. What damages participation? Is it a token time limit of 2 or 3 minutes that people are cut off and abruptly? How rude is it the way the mayor cuts people off? It's like what you have to say isn't important, even if you've never been here before and you've got a lot of knowledge on this topic. You're done. Talk about rude. Talk about bad behavior. Or frequent speakers that have expertise on a lot of things, but there's no action, no response, just stasis, more of the same. Like just nod your head. When's this going to be over? We're not listening. So not feeling heard, is so. How about council ignoring the laws? Repeat number of laws called to your attention and you ignore them. You think that doesn't damage participation? Or committees, what's causing members to abandon ship on these committees? They feel unheard. I've heard from planning commissioners, conservation commissioners, homelessness task force, 2 or 3 other committees that were not able to engage or feel heard in participating in crafting the city plan. And yet y'all ignored that and you adopted the city plan because you're distorting all realms of rational and legal to get this country club road or to chase dollars that you may have just disqualified yourself for by signing the White and Burke contract. How humorous. So Kim Cheney and I both came to speak on the city plan about regional dispatch. That's something we've devoted years. And Miller gets an email, asks the chief what the chief wants, says, I don't want to talk to them about it, but here's what I want. Miller says, oh, that's what I'll put in the plan then. Is that the way to run a circus? And y'all allowed that to happen, allowed that to stand. So you do more damage. I mean, sure, you could declare martial law if that's really what your agenda is. You wouldn't get away with that either, but I doubt you'll get away with this. But the problem is the way y'all are hearing or not listening or not engaging. You're running an inside job. You're running a shadow government, doing our emergency plan or our federal building behind closed doors under your nonprofit that you're not subject to public records law. That too may fail under a challenge. So you can't talk about transparency engagement while you take your own toys and go home. That's directed at you, Ben. Okay? So I think you need to have a full public hearing dedicated to this topic and well advertised. And you need that engagement builds expertise. And if those people are going to spend the time building the expertise and then not be heard, what's the point?
Thanks, Steve.
And council's not returning calls, counselors not publishing phone numbers. If this is your only chance to talk to counselors, you got to make it, and you will not remember the contemporaneous comments that relate to the topic if you had to hear them ahead of. Yeah, I know. You're demonstrating my point.
Peter Kelman.
Sorry, I just have to get my cursor. Peter Kelman, I have 3 minutes of prepared remarks, but I just want to say that you guys reporting that your emails are all supporting this, I'd like to know what numbers you're talking about. And I'd also like to point out that the only thing that people have to respond to this is Ben's very slick piece, not mine. All right. Nobody's heard the counter. So before you all pat yourselves on the back and think that you've heard from all your constituents, be a little humble about that. Here's my prepared piece. Like any member of the public, I am currently permitted to comment on this agenda item at this point in the meeting. That is when this issue is being discussed by the council and others. And if somebody like Sandy needs to do it earlier, that is perfectly fine. That's flexibility. I understand that. However, Ben's proposed change to Montpelier's long-standing public comment process, which, by the way, is the process that is used in most towns. Ben provided one example, Burlington. That's it. One example of a town. Forget about the schools department. This proposed change to this long-standing public comment process, if it were in effect, I would not be allowed to do so at this juncture. Instead, I would have had to say this hours ago at the outset of the meeting alongside numerous totally unconnected comments from others, removed from the context of the agenda item itself, and totally lacking the impact of the immediacy I hope you are experiencing right now. But since I only have 3 minutes, let me quickly summarize why I am urging the council not to adopt this proposal. I hope you've all read my much longer piece. If you haven't, I encourage you to read it. In my opinion, this is an anti-democratic proposition that risks doing harm to our entire community in a probably fruitless attempt to minimize the council's understandable frustrations with the behavior of one and only one person. The council would do far better to admit to themselves and to the public that the central problem this proposal is seeking to address is Steve Whitaker's incivility. Recognizing this fact could then lead the council to effectively address that problem, perhaps along the lines that I've suggested in the lengthy written critique that I sent you, in the hope that you would give serious consideration to my concerns before acting precipitously to adopt a policy that is so at odds with the democratic ways most other Vermont municipalities provide for public comment.
Thanks, Peter. You probably didn't hear it, but that was your time. And I know we all have your written commentary.
Jack, could I just say one more thing because it's not in my commentary?
Yes.
Quite frankly, I think the true causes for the length of some council meetings, like tonight's, are entirely under the control of the councils, such as overly packed agendas, lengthy executive sessions, the inclusion of public hearings and their oft-repeated PowerPoints, council members struggling to formulate the wording of motions on the fly, and I'm sorry to say, meandering, repetitive, confusing, and often lengthy discussions carried out among council members, which tonight was a perfect example of. Physicians, heal thyselves. You can clean up these lengthy meetings, not by doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. All right. We do have one more person, do we? Oh, Elena, thank you. Thanks for the reminder.
Hi there. I'm sorry, I cannot turn on my video because my Wi-Fi doesn't support it. But my name's Elena Gustavson. I live on Westwood Drive here in Montpelier. I have been waiting all night to make this one comment, I think as an example of why there needs to be reform with the public comment. The last two speakers, although I appreciate the desire for a democratic process, are fantastic examples of why the current process makes it very difficult and maybe even exclusive. And it does not actually create access for the rest of us to be able to comment. It's 10:30. I think like all of you, all of us, many of us have to get up in the morning. We have families to take care of. And for 4 hours have been waiting to make this comment. So I would say that the current process does not work. I appreciate something that Pellin said, which is to have a process in the beginning, public comment in the beginning and public comment at the end. And then I would also urge for you, Mr. Mayor, to keep in mind that you can stop insulting behavior and which the previous resident, not Mr. Kelman, but Mr. Whitaker, was very free to insult everybody in the room, and nobody stopped him. I would urge you to do that. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be back. You and Ben are gonna. Great. I don't know that we'll get it on for next Wednesday because it's a big meeting next Wednesday, but January. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Is that okay?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Before then, but
Let's talk about it.
okay.
Great.
But not the next 17.
Right. Okay, council reports. Adrian,
Don't have anything today.
Terry,
No, I don't have anything.
Sal.
I'm having such a good time on the council, I've decided to run for another term. Despite all this toxicity. And waiting 3.5 hours to tell you.
Thanks, Sal. Jim,
Nothing.
Ben,
I just have a few things. I think it's important just to acknowledge the work of the Country Club Road Subcommittee that we, under Sal's leadership, have approved 5 developers that are going to be invited to bring back proposals. So that'll go live on the website on Friday, I believe. The kind of the recommendation that we are making to the full council. Obviously, it's a full council decision, but our recommendation is coming. And then I also just want to acknowledge the really great work of the planning department in that City of Montpelier. I hope, Kelly, I'm not stealing your thunder on this, but that the Northern Borders Regional Commission gave nearly a $3 million grant to support the work of Country Club Road. That was the largest NBRC grant in the state of Vermont. Which I think is really, it's one step in a many-step process, but that's important. And then also the CBDG-DR funding was, some of it was announced today, and that included $750,000 for the Regional Planning Commission to work on flood watershed work, kind of flood modeling around the watershed, and also to do evaluations of downtown businesses in the region to look at flood mitigation. So there's just a lot of, and then I think Mike had said the municipal planning grant came through for, yeah, so a lot of really great grant news this week that is helping our city become more resilient in many ways, whether it's housing or flood resilience. And it's just really nice to see all that hard work come to fruition.
Thanks,
Jack, could I ask a question about a meeting tomorrow?
Yeah.
Kelly, is that meeting tomorrow is it in the council chambers or is it just Zoom?
Which meeting are we talking about, Jim?
The loan fund meeting that I think I'm a new member on.
The community fund? We can take a look at that. It's in the council chambers.
So they do meet in person?
They do meet in person, yes.
Okay, okay, I'll be there. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Helen, council report from you?
Yeah, so I wanna update all of you of the on the project of Vermont Generations. I don't know if you remember, we received one of the ideas for the Country Club Road proposals to use that building and land. And this is like generational living. And the person who is doing this, Erin Clark, she and I were the finalists of the leadership award that Central Vermont Chamber of Commerce gives every year to women leaders. And we had a very nice chat, and I learned that they found a place in Berlin, but they wanna serve all the region, like including Montpelier. So I really like the idea when they proposed, and I just wanna mention when I hear updates from them, because they are planning to have a very nice big building, and they are also planning to open it to other communities. And I don't want to say anything, but there was a discussion about even for a emergency shelter. So I really like the idea, and I just want to share it with our community too. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Mayor's report, I think the only thing I'll talk about at this point is just to update people on the process for the city manager hire. We're down to the end. We'll have the 3 finalists for city manager coming to Montpelier next Monday. And they will be meeting with with the leadership of the city government, of the city departments. They will be getting tours around to various locations where a city is doing work around the city, and Kurt and I are discussing what the sites are that they should be seeing, given the limited time we have and everything, and including with the meeting, with the public forum here today, where the each candidate will have an hour. We'll have people coming in asking questions. We'll have our consultant Ian Coyle here, and encouraging people to send us questions in advance or to fill in index cards. So Ian will go through the cards, combine them, because there's probably going to be common themes, and hopefully we'll get a lot of people coming out to meet the candidates, and then our plan is to have it on our agenda for next Wednesday, and hopefully come out of it with a candidate that we're going to make an offer to. Obviously, things have to happen in order for that to turn out that way, but we have we've made on down all the process that has gotten us to this point is coming to a head next week, and I hope to see a lot of people here, either in person or online. And that's what I've got. Do we have a city clerk's report?
Yeah, I've got a couple things. Hello from Martha's Vineyard. Ha ha ha. I want to thank everybody for the motions tonight. Were nice and tight and traditional. Thank you. That was great. But the only thing of substance I have is just a reminder about next week's Board of Abatement meeting, and encouraging us that it could include a discussion of how the board wants to deal with redundant or repetitive applications and petitions. So I just wanted to plant that in people's heads. Yeah, and I hope to see as many of you all as possible there. That's it.
Thanks, John. City manager.
Okay, so I have a few things, but mostly we get one request, and so I'm going to take that piece up, and then we did have on the agenda to talk a little bit about the transition with my departure, and I'm thankful that we'll be able to have that next week, just to offer a little bit more time to get things in play. But I did want to kind of share generally where we're at. But before I do that, I wanted to note that there's interest from the department heads to meet with council. And so I'd like to try to help facilitate that as I'm, heading out, just because I think that it would be really good to kind of establish those, conversations. I know that with the new manager, you'll all work together and figure that out. But in light of, some of the comments, Sarah's comments tonight, the team really does want to make sure that you hear from them, and can kind of talk through where they're at. So if you're interested in that, I'd love to set that up for you if I can before I go. So just wanted to put that out there. And that same, go ahead.
Sorry, do you mean Kelly as a group or individually, or?
Probably individually, or, in teams of 2 or 3, just that there's not a quorum issue.
Sure, okay.
But if there's interest in that, and we have a debrief tomorrow morning, based on, our agendas. So I will mention that to the team, and just to try to make that option available, just to provide that connection, especially as things are changing.
Kelly, I'm sorry. Can we do
Yes.
it like a district based?
Oh, yeah, sure.
It might be easier, I think.
That's a good suggestion. Yep.
Thank
I
you.
can definitely, for sure, add that in. Thank you, Palin. And then also to that end, I wanted to say that I have really appreciated the conversations with counselors, and you all have been really generous with your time with me. And at this point, just because I am transitioning out, it's been hard for me to keep up with those meetings in the next couple weeks. Well, the next less than a couple weeks now. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do that. And so I just wanted to kind of say that,
rather than sending an email, or it's not that because I don't want to, it's just I'm getting really pressed for time. And I even know that, some things aren't maybe as timely as they normally would be, just because, I'm trying to juggle many things as I'm, headed out the door. And so I appreciate just having that time with you and for, all of the experience that I had with that. So that's a nice way also of saying that I probably will be taking meetings off my calendar now. And I'm starting actually to thin it down so that I can focus on the team to make sure that they've got what they need, which is a good segue into the transition plan. So it's kind of like a lot to wrap things up in short order. And, I will still be around. And I love the city and I'm so thankful to live here. And I actually, get to kind of like go do that. And I'm really excited about my new job, but I'm also, it's sort of with a little bittersweet in terms of, closing this chapter. But I do want to be helpful. So I want to say that publicly. And just sort of open the invitation that once, a new manager is selected, I will be the first in line to meet them and also probably, give them the rundown on, what's what. We also have a very good team. And so while we are, and there's a cautionary part of this too, so I'm going to get there in a minute, but, we are professional and we will continue to be professional through and through. And so we will make sure that the transition is supported. We will make sure that the new person has what they need because, their success depends on it and we're committed to that. And so I just want to say that. And so in terms of the transition, we are, well, actually tonight I really wanted to get you a budget. Sarah and finance and the department heads have been working super hard on that. And I wanted to make sure that we provided you with a package that was complete. And I think that mission accomplished. So now I can kind of shift the focus. We've been having sort of meetings and I've been kind of catch as catch can trying to put together planning. And so depending on how long it takes for an interim to get here, that sort of then, will really frame what I do next. I do think it's probably a good idea if there's going to be a long duration that you have an interim manager that can come in because the departments are, they need to run their departments. So to that end, Jack and I have talked a little bit about it and I've started to develop some options. And so there are a suite of options, that we're looking into. One is, a city employee that is retired that could come back and serve in that capacity, that knows the city really well, knows the staff really well. Another is the retired manager group. So there's there are some retired managers locally that have worked in central Vermont, not in Montpelier, that may be available to maybe even help sort of in a hybrid fashion to help support staff or, an interim with some of those manager questions, or there could be a more permanent. So I'm working with the league to figure out, I've got a couple of names, I've made a few phone calls. I also am going to meet with Ian tomorrow just for awareness, to see, what he might offer. Also because, we will need to post for the finance director position. And so we might need a little bit of assistance there to, really spread that out. I mean, likely we probably would post typically on ICMA, but then, maybe he might have some ideas. And so I'm going to have a preliminary conversation with him too, so that then when I come back next week, we are, we have a plan for you with some options and then decisions to roll it forward, because then the 19th is just that Friday, the next Friday. So we're getting there. So the interim sort of piece is kind of taking shape. I'm working with Kurt. He's actually going to be coming over to City Hall tomorrow and he's going to stay there until we're squared away. And so I think, we're going to start to, hand off. Sarah and I are handing things to Kurt and also to members of the leadership team. So you started to see me step back even from the Country Club Road project. And so I'm starting to already put those things in play where, those things are happening. Another big one is the FEMA stuff. So we're working to try to get a consultant to help us with that, just so we don't drop any balls there. So we'll make sure that you're covered on all the big projects. But here's the cautionary part. We have an incredible team. And sort of this old saying, you can do everything, just not all at once. And so we're going to have to really slow down and stay safe, because we won't have the capacity or the horsepower that we did have, in key leadership positions as we're sort of transitioning and sort of just keeping that in mind. Because I want to make sure that, you know, as we step forward, we're stepping forward, you know, and that, you know, whatever happens next is supported. And so we're going to need to be really thoughtful about the projects that we do and sort of the pressures that are out there. I know we talk a lot about capacity and, you know, maybe this is something that like, maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing. I don't know. But typically we put our head down and we do the work. I mean, like, that's just not in our nature to say like, you know, we're beyond and we're beyond, you know what I mean? And I think that I certainly feel that in the last 6 months. It has been an honor to serve you all. So thank you. I'm not gonna say my last piece because that'll be next meeting. But you know, I just want to take stock on where we are because it is a little precarious. So I'm not gonna lie about that either, you know, like where we need to be thoughtful about how we move forward. And I really, when I started off in this role or taking on the acting role, I really wanted to move forward together. And I hope that can happen with the next moves. So that's my intention. I know it's not a full-blown plan, but we're working on it. And I'm hopeful that I'll have something good for you next week. We will have something good for you next week. Yes. So thank you. And let's see, did I get all my lists here? I think that about sums it up. So thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. And folks, it's got in before 11 o'clock. It's 10:49 and we are adjourned.